Hello, welcome to the stream. I need to fix. I can hear myself. The echo, it's annoying. All right. So another day of streaming. Uh, for those of you who do not know me, for all the people who are probably tuning in on YouTube, maybe, I go by Ambrose, and this little gremlin that you see on screen is called Archivald, the Wizard Lizard, also known as the Chaos Chameleon, also known as the Sorceress Salamander Supreme. So yay. I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of different stuff, and probably will be doing a lot more stuff. Okay, sounds good. Perfect. That is our that is our wife slash moderator, Sweet Philippine Good, checking my audio sounds. Thank you very much, sweetie. I love you. But yes, I'm a variety streamer. I do I play video games, of course, like, you know, like half of, like, not even half, probably like 90% of Twitch is like gamers, just be gaming. But I also do art, which is probably like the other like 5%. These are not real statistics. Do not quote me on this and take this as fact. But for the tiny percentage that don't do art and that don't do and don't play video games, I also do or aspire to do or be a game developer in my own right. Let me lower Spotify a little bit. Turn it down. Have it. There we go. So yeah. Yeah, I love games. Not just playing them, but just in depth learning about how games are made. It's always been a thing that I've dived into, or tried to dive into, but unfortunately, in the past, I would get hung up on tutorials. I have lived in tutorial hell for a long time, folks, and it's a hard thing to get out of. Like, it's hard to get out of those 9 circles of hell, of tutorial hell, to finally be able to just like make stuff. So what we're gonna do is a little bit of an experiment. This is gonna be a little out of my purview, because I don't see a lot of people. I know there are people who like do game development and like do stuff on streams. That you see all their code in the background and all that stuff like that. But what we're going to try to do is go blind into a game engine called Godot. I have the program already downloaded. It's super lightweight, so if you know anything about game development, Unity, Unreal, maybe some other game engines, great game engines themselves. The software themselves are great. There are some, issues, legally behind a specific one, Unity, that may have been fixed, but the most important part is that those engines can be really intensive with the computer. And so to basically kind of like practice and learn about game development more at a steady pace, of a consistent pace, I'm choosing Godot. It's also open source and it's also free, so you can download it. I'll probably put a link in the Discord and also maybe put one in chat. But essentially, you download it and then you basically can use it to make 2D and 3D games, or even just apps in general. It doesn't have to be about games. It's a very versatile piece of software, versatile application that has been getting a lot of traction because of the different games that's been made. One of them is a game that I want to possibly play on stream, maybe do a video about. called Until Then, made by a Filipino development team. I played a little bit of it, and it is really it's got a style. It's a pixel art focus pixel art 2D kind of narrative game. Not kind of narrative. It is a narrative game. Um, that you take the role of a student who's, I believe really smart, but something happens. I haven't gotten to like the twist part of it. There's a lot that's going on with the game. But that game is made in Godot, as well as like a whole bunch of other games that are slowly starting to like be seen and gain traction and be sold on like Steam and also on itchy.io. So what we're going to do, if my OBS wants to behave, is we're going to try to go through the tutorial, the first steps in making a 2D game in Godot. So let me switch over to my OBS. Hopefully it'll appear. It does not. Okay, so one of the issues that we were facing was that stuff doesn't want to show up today. Yeah, nothing wants to. Things don't want to show up on screen, and it's really annoying. So we're gonna have to get creative. We're gonna have to get creative and just basically do a window capture, or display capture. Well, it's probably display capture. And the weird thing is, once the display capture works, then that's when kind of the game capture kicks in, which is hilarious. So we will use. There we go. Okay, now we see it. But let me see. Let me check. Oh, I disappeared now. So give me a second. Let me just get everything in order. Okay. Let's see. There we go. We're all here. We're all here. Floating in space. Yes. Floating in space. And then let me see if the let me see something. Okay, game capture is not present, so that's fine. So we'll just use the window capture and just lock this bad boy. And just do it this way. Okay. I don't think I have any. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I have anything behind the screen that I'm gonna lose track of and not know where things are. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So, I guess I can look in here now. Let me bring up the menu. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and make, something simple, just like a 2D, just a 2D game. Let me move myself over. Am I locked? Did I lock my own PNG? No, I don't know why I can't grab it. What is happening? OBS is not my friend today. OBS is really not my friend. What is going on? Pando, grab you. There we go. Okay, so put you over here, and then grab me. Just push myself right over here. We're gonna have a good Pando buddy. Good Torchia. Top of my head. Yes. Okay. Cool. So everything should look good. Everything should look fine. So, we did get a few assets that we can drag in here. So, I'm going straight off of the document. So, I guess I could bring it in like so, and just do this, and maybe like do a little bit of this action right here, just to see. Okay, cool. Just trying to. What's this stuff? This is going to be a very unorganized stream today, folks. But this is what I'm basically using. I'm going through the Godot doc and going through your first 2D game. The reason I wanted to do this instead of going through tutorial, because I've seen tutorials before and they all just kind of just blop out of my brain after a couple of days. because just sitting there and trying to like watch a tutorial and kind of keep track of, you know, what's going on and then coming back to it doesn't really work for me. Not like, you know, it's I'd rather just stumble and learn on my own and then see what happens. So first thing we're doing, we already downloaded it. We already have all that stuff. It says the game is designed for portrait mode, so we need to adjust the size of the game window. Click on the project settings. So let's go over. Let's actually move this over here. It's probably gonna go away. Actually, I'm probably gonna put it over my older window and just read it. But I'll leave a link to the document. So let's see. Project window, project settings. And then change the viewport. So window. Oh, well, it's viewport. So yeah, we'll change the viewport because because this is going to change the game window itself, and the game that we're gonna be making, from what I've seen, is very much like, it's almost like set up to be like, you know, like Galaga, like a rail shooter. So it's gonna be like very tall but like very narrow windows. So we'll set this up this way. Also, this music does not feel right. It doesn't feel right, chat. I'm sorry. It feels like I'm trying to like, I don't feel like I'm, you know, want to do Doom. Let's try this. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about this? I think that's good. I like that. You're trying to think, and you can't just be like, dun, 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 dun. Like, I need a little bit of chill. I need to chill. But okay. So, we'll set the window. So we went to project, then project settings, project settings, window, and then change the viewport width and the viewport height. Bleh. We change that so that we can have like a more narrow view window that's, you know, we can move around. Next, also under the stretch option, set mode to canvas items and aspect to keep. This ensures that the game scales consistently on different size screens. Okay, so that's really interesting for it to kind of show you about, like, one of the important things that you know, people don't take into account of when they're doing game development, I'm assuming, but from previous experience and, like, you know, going to school for a little bit of time, is that the UI and just how things are viewed in general are always the last thing. Like, most people are so focused on making things explode, making things pretty, that they don't think about how the user experience, the user UI UX, the user interface, and the user experience. So what we're doing is we're making it to where that the game is consistent no matter how you know, if it's full screen, if it's partially full screen, where are you putting it, if you stretch it out, that's always going to stay the same, like, size. The screen doesn't warp, nothing gets stretched out. So that's good to know. Stretch mode and aspect in this keep. Okay, what we got next? In this project, you will make 3 independent scenes: player, mob, and HUD, which we will combine into the game's main scene. In a larger project, it might be, okay, you know, I'm gonna bring this over here. I'm gonna let you guys, I'm gonna have do a read along. Here we go. Excuse me. I need to hydrate really quick. Water's great. I love water. Okay, so we'll take this little by little. So organizing the project. In this project, we will make 3 independent scenes: player, mob, and HUD, which we will combine into the game's main scene. So from what I understand, scene, when they say when they call something a scene, it's almost like, it's basically like an object from Unity. I believe it was object in Unity. It's been a hot minute since I've used Unity, but these are just basically just like just objects. They're gonna like a scene can be, if in this case a scene can be a lot of different things. It can be an object, it can be a literal scene, it can be the level itself. So it's very versatile in what it can be and what it can be used for. In a larger project, it might be useful to create folders to hold the various scenes and their scripts, but for this relatively small game, you can save your scenes and scripts in the project's root folder, identified by res ... so that's colon / You can see your project folders in the file system dock in the lower left corner. Can I minimize? I want to have both. I want to have both of these up here. So why do I have two? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's minimize like this. We'll keep this here, but then we'll, just so we can have both of these up and running, so we can have everything seen, so you can follow, so we can all just kind of follow along with what's going on. I think that's good. I think that works. I think we can see everything, nothing's cut off. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. All right. I'm just double checking chat because I have it kind of small on my side. Let's see. I actually do that. That's better. Let me kind of roll this. There we go. Oh, excuse me. But okay. So everything's gonna be in this. So we already finished this, so we don't need that. We don't need this anymore. So we're good. So this is where all the files are gonna be. I already named the scene name, so that's fine. What do we got next? With the project in place, we're ready to design the player scene in the next scene. Okay. Did it already say make an art folder? I guess we could do that. Let's make an art folder. So I believe all you gotta do is right click, create new folder, and we'll call this art. Hit OK, and we have our art folder. Okay, now we go next. The project settings in place, you can start working on the player controlled character. The first scene will define the player object. So it's okay. So yeah, it's still like an object. Okay. One of the benefits of creating a separate player scene is that we can test it separately, even before we've created other parts of the game. Node structure. To begin, we need to choose a root node for the player object. As a general rule, a scene's root node should reflect the object's desired functionality, what the object is. In the upper left corner in the scene tab, click the other node button and add an area 2D node on the screen. Okay, so so scene. Well, we already have a node. I guess we saved it, but let's see. Maybe what we can do, create a root node. We'll add a plus button and then we'll look for the area 2D. Area 2D node. Boom. And we create. Cool. When you add an area 2D node, Godot will display the following warning icon, which is right here. Excuse me. Following warning icon next to the scene tree. This warning tells us that the area 2D node requires a shape to detect collision or overlaps. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is gonna be our collision for the player. So we're making a collision first before we make the player. Okay, before we like do like import any art or anything, which I think is smart. We can ignore the warning temporarily because we first set up the player's visuals using, okay, well I guess we are using visuals. Once the visuals are ready, we will add collision shape as a child node. This will allow us to accurately size and position the shape based on the sprite's parents. So let's see. So let's see. We can detect the area. So yeah, player. Before we add any children to the player node, we want to make sure we don't accidentally move or resize them by clicking on them. Select the node and click the icon to the right of the lock. Select the node. Select the node and click on the icon right to the right of the lock. There's a lock? Wait. Select the node. Or is it over here? Oh, I should just look at the example. That's right here. Plain as day. See? Gotta. There we go. So it's this one. Before we add it, select the node and click on the icon to the right of the lock. Its tooltip says groups a selected node with its children. This causes the parent to be selected when any child node is clicked in 2D and 3D. Okay, so we toggle that on, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Save the scene as player. Click scene. And then save. Oh, did I already? Oh, I saved it as main. Oh, hold on. Save or Control S. For this project, we will be following the Godot naming conventions. Godot script uses Pascal case variables and functions and contains uses all caps. Okay. Okay. So that is. Use Pascal case variables and functions. Use snake case and constants. Use all caps. Okay. So we stick with lowercase. Functions use snake case. Okay. But we need to save this scene, which we already did. So we'll actually rename this. And rename this player. And we already broke the style. Player. Okay. Okay, click on the player node. Hold on, do we also name the... Define the player object. So does that mean I also call it the Area 2D player, or do I just... Okay, I guess not. Click on the player node and add Control A. Okay, Control A. And add a child node. So we click on this player node. Well, hold on. I think I messed up. Oh, you know what? Hold on. So we have the scene here. That's the scene. Here, let me do this. So we're gonna delete this. So this, I'm gonna kind of go against. So I guess we technically couldn't just make that player. So this is a node. I think we can call this one player. We'll call this one player. And then we'll do the same thing. Add no. Let me see. Where is... So this is like, so this was like the first scene. So maybe let's close. I think it wants us to make the first scene as player. Okay, cool. we're gonna actually start this over. Start this from scratch. Okay, so it said for us to do other, and then area 2D, create, and then save this as player. Save scene. We're gonna save this as player. I know it probably wasn't that bad, but I wanted to make sure that I just want to make sure that we're following it the right way. And then lock this. We've selected node with its children. The cause this causes a parent to be selected when any child node is selected. So it won't select. So basically, if it's a child, if we have like the main object, which is a parent, and then we have a child to it, like for example, if we have a parent, I believe, if we have like a parent scene, and then we have like a child that's like a different type of player, like a player 1 or player 2, if we do this for at least this portion, if we select like that player 2, it'll also select the parent, and it'll select all together. I believe so. I believe that's what it's saying. Okay, so we have that set up. We have our area 2D, which is going to basically be our collision, but we're first going to start working on the sprite animation. So, I guess I still can just like, I guess we'll say the player node, and then I believe this is they're calling this the player node. Let's see. It says area 2D. Oh, here it is. I missed a step. Change the. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Player. Okay. So that becomes the player node, and we select it, and then we go to sprite animation. Click on the player node and do Control A. That's the shortcut, which is always good to learn shortcuts. And then find the animated sprite 2D. Animated sprite or animated body? Animated sprite. Okay. Animated sprite 2D. The animated sprite 2D will handle the appearance and animation for our player. Notice that there is a warning symbol. Okay. Next to a node. Animated sprite 2D requires a sprite frames resource, which is a list of the animations it can display. Make sure animation sprite 2D is list selected, and then find the sprite frames properly under the animation section in the inspector and click empty and then new. Okay. Animations, sprite frames, click new. Okay. And that's how we did it. We did it. On the left is a list of animations. Click the default one and rename it walk. Oh, should I click on the sprite frames you just created to open? Click on the sprite frames. Ah, there we go. You just created. On the left is a list of animations. Click on the default and rename it walk. Okay. How are we following along, chat? I don't know if anybody wanted to try to follow along with this and download Godot. It's super lightweight, so it shouldn't be too taxing on the computer. If we have other people other than our moderators, if we have anybody new that's interested, put a W in chat, or actually put a G for Godot. We'll put a G for Godot in chat if you want me to give you the link, and you can follow along and ask questions with me as we go through this. If not, that's perfectly fine. If we're just like chilling and vibing, that's all good. But yes, so we're creating the walk animation for our sprite. Okay, cool. Then click the add animation button to create a second animation named up. Okay, add animation. Should probably scroll down and it should say something. Nope. then click the add animation button. This should be it. And we're gonna name this one up. Okay. So that's how we add animations. Find the player images in the file system doc. They're in the art folder you unzipped earlier. Oh, I skipped a full ass step. Whoops. 1 second. I know where to. Ah, I see. Ah, we're going to select all of these and just hopefully drag them into the art folder right here. No harm, no foul. Okay. Okay, cool. Find the player images in the file system doc. They're in the art folder you unzipped. Drag the 2 images for each animation into the animation frame side of the panel for the corresponding animation. Player gray underscore walk 1 and player gray underscore walk 2 for the walk animation. And then up and, okay, so up 1, walk 1, walk 2, up 1, up 2. So walk. So this is walk 1, walk 2. Come on. And so that's walk. Hello. Did I do this right? Oh. Oh. Oh, I could have just. Oh, silly me. They're already here. Okay. I was looking at like the actual file folder, like outside of Godot, but what was the point of that if I could just literally just drag? Yeah, game dev. Yep, that is me. Okay, walk 1, walk 2, bring over into there, and then up. We'll drag this side in there. So yeah, so you can kind of already see how this is going to work. We're basically going to have, with animation, for those that do not know, with animation, animation works because it's a bunch of still images or frames moving at a certain speed to simulate, like, movement or, quote unquote reality. So the walk is going to be shifting from, kind of like a kind of like an idle kind of pose to like an actual walk, and and then as we move around, it'll just shift and move, and then same thing with like looking up, and the eyes will just kind of like point in the right direction. So this is probably the jump that we'll be working on, or either that or like it's more like a fish, so it's like swimming up and then like moving right. I don't know, that's gonna be interesting. But yes, let's continue. The player images are a bit too large for the game window, so we need to scale them down. Click on the animation sprite node. Clicked. Oops. Clicked. Damn it. Already clicked. And set the scale property to 0.5.5. Okay, so let's do transform. So I know a little bit, and then scale 0.5.5. 0.5. I think I can just tab down, and then yeah, okay, and it just kind of evens it out automatically because it's kind of like a square sprite. But cool. Finally, add a collision shape 2D as a child of the player. This will determine the player's hitbox or the bounds of the collision of its collision area. For this character, a capsule shape 2D node give the best fit. So next to shape in the inspector, click empty, select new capsule shape 2D using the two size handles. Resize the shape to cover the sprite. Okay, easy enough. So we click player, we add a child node, and we want a collision 2D. Collision 2D shape. Perfect. We go to here where there's a shape and we select empty, and we want a capsule shape. And then basically we'll zoom in using holding down the middle mouse wheel. We can move around the scene, and then we can just scroll in, and then I believe it'll automatically kind of go from the center. Yeah, so we'll do that, but we'll even it out a little bit, and then kind of, yeah, I think that's good. I believe there's a way that we could center it, but I think this is fine for what we're doing. Okay. When finished, your player scene should look like this. It looks like that. Okay. Once this is done, the warning on the Area 2D node will disappear. Yay. As it now has a shape assigned and can interact with other objects. Make sure to save the scene again after these changes. In the next part, we'll add a script to the player node to move and animate it. Then we'll set it up. We'll set up collision detection to know when the player got hit by something. So yeah, basically created a hitbox and gave it sprites so that when we start animating it, it can move. So we got all the components of the character in. Now we're basically we're about to put in the script or the code that'll make it do all the things. That'll make it move. It'll make it so that if it does encounter a certain object that we want it to either like damage, which I believe is going to be just like a damaging kind of thing, where like we're avoiding enemies. That's what this game is going to be. It'll actually get hit. But so far so good. So just, I guess, again, re-clarify. We created a player node. We saved the player scene. We saved the player scene, which I believe is this part right here is where we're going to actually be putting in the script, not in the node itself. But yeah, and then we got some animations here. We already can see that we're gonna have like some enemies. They're gonna be moving in different ways. And I think these are WAV files, so there's going to be like music as, you know, we're making once we make the game, there'll be like, you know, things are here of sound. So it's not just, you know, nothingness. And then we have the movements for the players. So yeah, and we have the animation. This is the node that's handling the animation. So that's what's giving it its look. And then the collision shape is what's giving it its actual hit detection. So then we'll go to the next one, and then we'll make the script for our player. Oh, I guess we do attach it to the node. Okay. In this lesson, we'll add player movement, animation, and set it up to detect the collision. To do so, we need to add some functionality that we can't get from a built-in node. So we'll add a script. Excuse me. Okay. Click the player node. And I think we right click, and then it should say attach script right there. Okay. Oh, I could have just pressed this button over here, but I just right clicked it. We're not using C#, we're using the GD script that's built into Godot. But if you're, if you're watching this and you know what C# is, and you prefer to use that but just don't know how to really use Godot, there's probably going to the document page for Godot will show you how to basically switch from going to GD script to C#. But we're gonna use GD script. Thank you for feeding the dragon. She hungies. Luckily we ate. So yeah. Gonna hydrate. This is a lot of talking. Doing a lot of yapping. Okay. How are we feeling, everyone? I think it may just be me and my mods, but that is okay. Because hopefully, when we put this out on YouTube, I think it's going to be very beneficial for people just to kind of like see. I know, like, I was just talking about tutorial hell, and then I'm literally like going through the tutorial and somebody could be watching it, but I'm going at this step by step in a way where it's like I'm kind of just learning it. So if you want to do so, it's a more of like a learn along than more of a tutorial. Because like I'm taking breaks, I'm showing where it's going, and you kind of like walk through it. And I have the documentation right here to the right, so that's important. So you can see where I'm learning, what I'm talking about, and not, there's no confusion. You can pause and read what I have over here to the right. I think I can also, hold on a sec. I think this is, I think I can do this, make it bigger for people. Let's see, that should do it. Mods, how does that look? Is that even enough to where like people can kind of see like what's going on both windows? Let's see. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so it's already player. I don't think we need to rename it. So I think we can just, let's see. In the script setting to create, it says template like I'm supposed to say, let's do this. Double check. I want to double check to see if like we need to do that. If not, we'll keep that because that's what it's showing. Yeah. Okay. So we'll create. And then this is the script. This is where all the actual coding happens. And so, yeah. I know I've done a little bit of this, but it's been a second. So we're just going to go step by step and read this through. Start by declaring the member variable this object will need. So we already have extends to area 2D. So that's what the node is. If we use an area 2D, we have an area 2D node for a script. And then using the export keyword on the first variable speed allows us to set its value in the inspector. Okay. This can be handy for values that you want to be able to adjust, just like in Node's built-in properties. Click on the player node and you'll see the property now appears in the inspector in a new section with the name of the script. Remember, if you change the value here, we'll override the value with written in the script. So, what does all that mean? So, I could copy and paste. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to type it all out in my, I believe this is it, export var, or is it at export? Yeah, it's at export. So at export, you can see my phenomenal typing skills, chat. Speed equals 400. Okay. Does that save? Okay, so yeah. So in the script, we set the speed. So basically, it's just as it sounds. It's going, the speed is how many pixels it's going to kind of, basically how many pixels is it going to like go through, like to reach to as it's going along. I think that's what that is. Or that's, well, we're making it, well, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is just a variable. This is just like a random number that we're going to use that we're going to eventually like multiply in a formula further on down. Or there's going to be a function, which is kind of like a already pre-made bit of code that's just filed into like one word that just basically does all the stuff in the background for us. But we'll see how that goes. And then we'll also do the same thing for, actually, I think we can just delete all of this and just start. Let's get that. We don't need that. So we have a variable, var, variable for speed, and then we have a variable for screen size, which I'm curious why. Oh, it literally says in the comments. So we can do comments by hash tag, and then just because I like to, how fast the player will move. You know what, I was trying to explain it. It's literally right there, pixels per second. So just how like in animation, it's still frame. It's a bunch of still frames moving, still frames moving from one frame to another over time. This is the same thing where on your screen, it's basically like really tiny lights or pixels that, you know, your character is going to move across. So it's 400 pixels. It's going to be moving 400 pixels per second, which feels kind of fast, but I think there's going to be something else that's going to fix that. Something else that we're going to be putting in. Let me move this over. And it's pixels. Can't type all this. Pixel. Let me see if I can make it to where it's easier to read. Pixel per second. Not that word. Okay. And then screen. And then screen size. Size of game window. So we'll be able to adjust the size of the game. Well, no. It should be able to adjust the size of the game window. But we're just setting the variables. We haven't really set any code yet. So using the export keyword on the first variables. Okay, we already read that. And that's if you're using C#. So we'll skip that. Your player GD script should already contain a ready. Oops, I deleted those. That's okay. Script should already contain a ready and a process function. If you didn't select the default template shown above, create these functions while following along the lesson. Okay, so we'll make the function ready. I think that's, underscore ready. I forgot the colons at the end. Jesus. Am I missing something? Is it just because there's no, I need to fill this in? So this is the ready function. This is what's going to just happen at the very beginning once we run the game. So it's automatically going to set the screen size. So it's going to use screen size equals get underscore viewport, which is basically the window itself, I'm assuming, and then rect, and then dot size. Okay, let's see what is that? Can you explain to me why it's that? Okay. So it's not explaining it, but I'm guessing that's what it is. Okay, this function is called when a node enters the scene tree, which is a good time to find the size of the game window. So, okay. Huh. Oh, okay. So this right here, since it's in the ready function, as soon as everything starts running, it'll automatically find out what size window it needs to scale to. So even though we already set like the window, let's say that I'm assuming, let's say that like you have like a widescreen monitor or something like that, this will get the viewport and resize it to the appropriate size for the screen automatically. So that's cool. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, and then I'm guessing this part, from what I remember, this underscore process, and then this is what's going to be constantly updated in the scene. So yeah, now you can use the process function to define what the player will do excuse me. Process is called every frame. So we'll use it to update elements of our game, which we expect to change often. For the player, we need to know the following. The check for inputs, which would be moving the character up and down, left and right, and all that in all the different directions. Or, well, check for input is in, I'm again getting ahead of myself from what this is saying. Check input, move in the given direction, and play the appropriate animation. So the big thing is right here, every frame. So remember, we have an animation sprite. So this is going to process each frame what animation should be played. And then checking for input, it's going to be waiting. It's going to basically be constantly waiting for us on which button we're pressing to move the character. And then from then, it's also going to update when we give it a direction. Because right now we have a speed, but we don't know what direction we're going to go to. But once we program that into the script, then the script, once we code all this stuff in, when we start moving, once we press down, it's going to constantly be checking, are you pressing down still? Are you pressing down still? Every frame, every like second or so, which I believe there's also another thing that's going to set up time. But yeah, cool. So we have the process set up, but I'm guessing we got some other stuff to do. First, we need to check for input. Is the player pressing a key? For this game, we have 4 direction inputs to check. Input actions are defined in the project settings under input map. Here you can define custom events and assign different keys. Keys define, oh God, I need to learn to read. Assign different keys, mouse events, and other inputs to them. For this game, we will map the arrow keys to the 4 directions. So we got to go back out to project settings. I believe it said input. It should be input, right? Project settings, input map. Input map. Did I miss it? Did I skip it? I think it's probably under input devices. Maybe. Oh, it's up here. Bleh. Okay, we got ads in a bit, but I'll keep going until then. So input map, and then we should be able to type move right. Move underscore right. How are we feeling, chat? I see we may have gotten a couple more people into the stream. Hello. Don't be afraid to say hi. Have any questions if I'm going too fast, which I don't think I am. I'm going I feel like I'm going slow for even me, but I don't mind stopping and clarifying or going back to what I was talking about before. But yeah, if you're new, hold on. I'm trying to talk and do this stuff. If I'm at the top, type move right, and then hold on. Oh, duh, wrong one. Okay, wrong thing to type in. Move right. Okay. Yeah, if you're new, I am Ambrose. The little gremlin that I'm talking through is named Archibald. I do funny voices if you can't tell already, and I play video games. I draw, I animate, and I also try to make games, which is what we're doing right now. We're following through the tutorials to learn about Godot. But yeah, I haven't been streaming for that long. I believe we started around June 11th. Was my first stream, and we basically have just been creating and learning and just doing all sorts of different things. So if you're catching us, this is the first time that I've ever streamed, game development or just like, learning an engine or what have you. So if it's interesting, feel free to follow. You'll get updates on when I'm streaming. I also will be playing like different games and all that and all that jazz. So yeah, I do a lot of different stuff, and I just like to, talk with people, get to know people, help them out in their, you know, endeavors, their creative endeavors, and, you know, just create, because it's just like a fun thing to do, to be able to just like, and it's just like rewarding in its own right. But okay, I think I might have jumped the gun. I made a move left and a move right. we're gonna have ads in a bit. I'm gonna actually take a break in a sec once the ads start and get some more water. But stick around. We're gonna keep finishing up, and hopefully by the end of the stream, we'll have a fun little game to play and enjoy. But while I'm doing that, I think what's our next steps? We're gonna start with basically setting up the inputs. So, yeah, I believe we have this button right here. Okay, and then we're using keyboard controls. I believe I have to select right. I think I can just find it. Let's see. Right. Oh, I should do the event first. Let's see. So right. Oh. That's weird. All right, we are back. So where we last left off, we're setting up the inputs, and I was trying to figure out why I can't just type in right. I guess I can only type in the R. That's weird. Input map, you add, and then listening for input should automatically be selected. Press the right key on. Oh, it's duh. Okay, I just it's already listening for what key you're wanting to use, so you can just press whatever key and it'll pop up. So I needed the right key, so I just hit the right key and I select it. So there you go. And okay, I believe, is there anything else? Okay, yes. Hit the right key. Select okay, hit the right key, and it'll be associated to move right. Repeat these steps for move left, move up, and move down. Okay then. So we can do that. We already did move left. We select it. Add an event. We'll hit the left key. And we'll hit OK. We'll make another. We'll call this move up. Underscore up. We add it. We add listening for up. Press the key. Okay. And do the same thing again. Move underscore down. Add. And we'll add this. And since it's listening for input again, down. Perfect. Beautiful. So now we have our inputs of move right, move left, move up, and move down. So that's already set into the project itself. So it's set into the project. We have the inputs, but now we're going to connect it to the scene, so that to the script, so that it can actually be used. So I believe we can close this unless there's something else that I need to do. Nope, we can close it. We only mapped one key to each input, but you can map multiple keys, joysticks, buttons, or mouse buttons to the same input. Oh, okay. Well, hold on a sec. Before we move on, let's just expand on that, because we can. So project settings, input map. So we already have move right. So let's just add another one. So we're using the arrow keys for moving left, right, up, down. But we're all gamers here. W is one that we probably want to use for hold on. Sorry. I'm thinking up. Right is D. So we'll use that for D. We'll do left, and we'll just select A, and then moving up would be W. Okay, and then moving down is S, and press OK. So yeah, so now, because I mean, like there's always multiple configurations to games. So, you know, if you have a Xbox controller, it may not be the same thing. I don't know how controllers are set up, if there's like, you know how a PlayStation controller is, you know, triangle, square, circle, X, or in, you know, Xbox is Y, A, B, X, and let's not get into Nintendo. But I don't know if there's like a universal like number or assigned input to each one of them, so that even though you're connecting something to a controller, it's always going to register either the triangle or the Y button as like the same button or not. That might be something to look into. But for now, like, yeah, for this, if we had a controller, we'd probably do the same thing and just have it for all sorts of inputs. So that's good to know. Input mapping is not just for the keyboard. Yes. If this is like boring you because you already know, I mean, this is the Godot noob. This does have the Godot noob tab. So sorry if it's not as engaging or as, like, you know, super in depth, but this is a marathon learning kind of experience. We're gonna go really nice and slow and evenly paced, and then, you know, in like a few months from now, we'll have, you know, a lot more knowledge, and it'll stick with us because we took our time with it. So yeah. So what are we doing next? Now we're gonna have to do the inputs, which is all of this, which I remember before. So you can detect whether a key is pressed by using input.is_action_press, and then the brackets, the parentheses, which returns true if it's pressed or false if it isn't. Okay. Input is, and then like looks like it's already nope. I was about to action. Oh yeah, action pressed. It's okay. So we have that, and then oh, okay. Well, hold on, let me read some of this. So does it go into detail about like why it's set this way? Function process delta. Does it go into the reason that we're using delta? I guess. Interesting. Okay. So it's not saying it, or what? Well, maybe. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the process, because it may have said to use delta, but it's... Oh, that's weird. It seemed like it didn't go into explaining why you have delta, like in this portion right here. Let me alleviate that and actually search for it and have it actually explain delta. Because I could probably try to like cobble an explanation together, but okay, that's delta time. Can you? Okay. Okay, maybe it's not going to explain it. Here. Okay. 1 second, chat. Okay. So delta, the reason that we have a process, so remember the process function right here is basically going to check every frame if something is happening. Now, when it's checking every frame, that is way faster than actual time is going. So if we didn't have delta, so from what I'm remembering from previous experience, if we didn't have delta, if we didn't have it say, hey, don't count by frame, count by time, which is what delta is, it's short for delta time, it wouldn't really represent the normal passage of time, like 1 second, 2 seconds, or half a second, or whatever. Googling it, just explaining it what it is. Delta time, often seen as delta time in programming, represents the time elapsed between the current frame and the previous frame in a game or application. It's a crucial concept for ensuring consistent game behavior regardless of the computer's processing speed or frame rate. Essentially, it's the difference in time between frames, and its value fluctuates based on the system's performance. That is another good point. So we don't want it to go. So if we were doing this just for ourselves, like let's say like you were just like playing around and messing around, you wouldn't really care about delta. This is if it was just for you. But games, if you are like a developer, if you plan to be a developer and you want to make, different types of games, or if you want to make a game and you want different consoles, different hardware, different whatever, to play smoothly in your game. If you go by just the process function and you don't have, if you don't tell it to go by delta time, then it's gonna go by each frame. Now the issue with that is some people don't have. Let's say somebody tried to play, like, I don't know what the most intensive game is right now, but let's say somebody tried to play like a very intensive game, and you decided to not, or somebody decided to not use delta, and they use process. Somebody has like a 1080 graphics card, which is not going to process the frames as fast as like a 4080 or 4090 graphics card. So one player is going to have like a really slow and different experience compared to the other one, like drastically. Like, I'm not talking like it just will most likely will break, because there's no even like number scale such as time to calculate the time lapse between frames. So that's why you use that's why this is saying that's why I'm pointing out that it's saying it needs to use delta. And I'm pretty sure maybe if I read further it would explain it, but I'm just cobbled up like an explanation. Hopefully that made sense. Either a W in the chat if that made sense, or an F in the chat, or an L in the chat if that didn't. Feel free to call me out and be like, hey, you're making no sense, because I need that. I don't know everything, and half the time I'm trying to like tell myself how something works. 0. Oh, why is that capitalized? 0. The player's movement vector. Okay. Hashtag player. I know I don't really need to type all this in, but it's good for like if I ever come back to this. It just kind of just to type it out, just get the explanation under my fingertips. So what is this? We'll type all this, and then I know with this is basically just talking about. So we have the function. Actually, hold on. It's not just this. So this is the function is under process, and what we're doing is we're going to, under the function, set the parameters of what happens in the function. So, and I may be using parameters wrong. I may have to read that and rethink that and rephrase that. But so we have an if statement. If statement is basically like, what if I press this button? So basically what this says is, if input is action, if this input is pressed, and the input that could possibly press is move right, which we already have. If it's already set to move, if the player presses move right, then so we have the velocity set up. So I maybe need to take a step back. So we have our speed, and then we have velocity, and velocity is going to basically regulate. It's truly going to regulate like how fast we're going. You can even see it right here. We start by setting the velocity to 0 by default. The player should not be moving. Then we check each input and add or subtract, or subtract from the velocity to obtain a total direction. For example, if you hold right and down at the same time, the resulting velocity vector will be 1 and 1. 1 is positive 1 is right, positive 1 is down. Because if you think of it as like, if you think of this as, let me see if I can get back to my game, to the scene. So I wish I could write on this, but over on this side, imagine like well, if you imagine like this is a grid, and this is like, and you're going up, down, left, right, like X, Y, and Z. The directions you're going on here are basically like the coordinates. So like if you ever look at a map, there's like, you can go you can down a certain number is like negative, going like up north is a certain number, like, you know, latitude and longitude kind of thing. So for the coordinates here, going up or north, and maybe if that helps, is positive, is actually is oh wow, actually going down is positive, going up is negative, because right now we're sitting at 0 at this point right here. So if we wanted to go this way, it's going -1. So like you can actually even see this if I set the transform. So we have position right here. So this is the X. So the X is this horizontal and the Y is the vertical. So when this is saying like the velocity is set to vector 2, which is what this is, the vectors are basically directions, and set to 0, that just means that like when we start the game, this position right here where it's at in the scene is going to start at 0, and it's not going to move no matter until we press something. So when this says velocity, or when it says right here, like for example, if you hold right and down at the same time, the resulting velocity vector will be 1 and 1. So that's just saying the directions. But to give you an idea, 1 and 1, like let's say like you quickly press down both right and down at the same time, and then you went to that direction. So we'll do 1 and then 1. So that's really short. You can't really see it. It goes down 1 and 1. But let's say, that's that 1 and 1 is like happening. It's going to just like compound and just like pick that, just go in that direction over time as you're holding down right and down. But let's say, but just to give you a visual of it, if it's going positive right and then positive down, then what you can do is, so let's say we do 20 right, it goes 20 to the right, and then 20 down. Oops. It moves 20 pixels per second down into the right. And if it's happening at the same time, it's not going to go right first and then down second like I typed it in. It's going to basically combine those two and then go diagonally. So it's going to basically go from 0 and then straight to this position. But that's just because that's if we're holding it. So we'll just return this back to 0. Hopefully that makes sense to everyone. If not, feel free to comment, say something. If you're on YouTube, feel free to comment and ask, and I will definitely try my best to explain and even point you to some other helpful resources. But I believe this also explains it very well. And we'll read it again, and it'll type all this stuff in. So we start by setting the velocity to 0, which is what happens right here. By default, the player should not be moving. Then we check each input and add or subtract from the velocity to obtain a total direction. For example, if you hold right and down at the same time, the resulting velocity vector will be 1 and 1, which is x. This is the x position and that's the y position. In this case, since we're adding a horizontal and vertical movement, the player would move faster diagonally than if it just moved horizontally. Because I believe because of the Pythagorean theorem, because it's the C side is the shortest distance, so it'll get to that direction faster since it's going diagonally, but I'm just guessing. We can prevent that if we normalize the velocity, which means we set its length to 1, then multiply by the desired speed. This means no more fast diagonal movement. Okay, so let's go back to our script. Let's type all this stuff in. So we have, does it explain if statements? No, but I guess I will try. So basically what this is saying is, under the function of processing everything by time, the velocity equals vector 2.0. So it's multiplied by 0. So basically it just is 0. Not multiplied, but it is 0. So what we do first is we set each input to move the direction, move the player in space. So velocity, so we'll set the velocity. So basically, if we press the right key or D, then the velocity, which is this variable that we set, velocity, we go to velocity, and it will get the X position of the velocity, and then this plus and equals is basically just adding 1 to it. So it's set to 0, but if we've pressed right, it's going to add 1 to the X position of that vector, which is the X and Y position of the player in space. So we set it to 1, and then we also do it again. Well, actually, what we can do, we won't copy and paste it. We could technically copy and paste it, but I feel like you sometimes need to just type stuff out. So don't mind me, editor. We might need to, and then I can also just press enter, and then okay. So yeah. Feel free to fast forward through this part if it's too boring. And so yeah, and so for the left side, it is going to be you're going to subtract 1, which is going to make it negative X. Why put Y? That's why you type things out. Negative X, 1. And so now it's going to move. If we press the left key, we will move to the left because it's subtracting 1 from the velocity, which is set to 0. Action underscore pressed, and then I believe it is. I think I type all that right. And then move underscore, say up. Let me double check something. Is it still? Oh. I gotta make sure that my Spotify doesn't go off into some stuff that might be copyrighted. I hate that. I wish it would just stick with one song, or with one thing. Okay. We'll get back to that one. So let's see. So yeah, we'll finish this up with up. Or well, it's fine. I'm gonna have to flip this. Velocity dot Y. I feel like it's trying to not do what I want it to do. Up is going to be negative, so minus equals 1. Sorry, I'm not the fastest typer. What am I messing up? Did I type something in wrong? Ha! Damn it. Single word, a single miss comma or semicolon or anything can just like completely mess it up. So it's good to like pay attention and review your code. But that's why it wasn't like autofilling. That makes sense. Input dot is action pressed and move down. Velocity dot x plus s equals. Hopefully everybody, if you're tuning in, this isn't boring you. We're just following along with the getting started for Godot and just taking it little by little. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. It is what I am here for. If I'm going too slow, then we can always like go back to previous stuff and just talk about it. As much as this is for, you know, just for learning and everything, it's also good for me to kind of relearn and get reacquainted with scripting and basically game development. And hopefully as we continue on doing this, we'll have more interesting projects and we'll be able to do more, but we all have to start somewhere. And it's better to take the time to learn the basics all the way through than to try to rush and just cobble together something, especially without a plan. So that's why we're figuring this out. So okay, so this is the normalizing of velocity. So that way, if we do try to normalized, that way, if we do move diagonally with our character, then yeah, speed. If we move diagonally with our character, we still if we move diagonally with our character, it'll be at a steady rate instead of it speeding up every time we go diagonal. So normalizing, so I just gotta remember that, you know, if something's up with movement, you want to normalize moving diagonally, I guess, or just normalize the speed in general, so it just stays consistent no matter what direction you're going to. So that's good to know. So this is okay. If the velocity dot length is the float, returns the length and magnitude of the vector. Okay. So it gets the length, so it gets the velocity, whatever numerical value the velocity is, which is going to be a float. If you didn't see it, it's a float. A float is any number that's not a whole number. So, you know, like 1.5, 2.7, 3.8. But as opposed to an integer, which is just the solid number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So anything with like a decimal point and a whole bunch of numbers behind it is going to be a float, which is basically what's happening when you're moving your character in the space. It's not going to be a solid number. It's going to be like, you know, 1 point. If for example we were going to do the example of moving right and down, then x and y would be like, you know, would be all the same, be like 1.1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. It's going to be just a consistent float with, you know, numbers in between. So yeah, this is going, if the velocity is greater than 0, which it is whenever you're moving, then make the velocity normalized times the speed. So this is actually taking the direction of the vector. So we'll take the direction of the vector times the speed, because it's speed times direction. It's how fast, it's what direction and how fast are you going. That's what this part is. And then the next part, which is right below it, is animated. So then while you're moving, animate the sprite, play the animation for the sprite. So there we go. Else, if you're not doing that, it basically, this is an else statement. No, let me fix that. Else, if you are standing still and you aren't moving, then stop playing the animation, which is basically this, and then stop, and then close brackets. Okay, So, quick recap. Um, we exported, we have our speed variable, which is over here. We can adjust it if we wanted to. We can set it to 1,000 and make this guy zoom. We set it to where at the with this variable and with this function, at the very start of the game, that we're playing, it'll automatically reset the boundaries of the screen to scale to whatever size of the window that you have. This whole function is basically making it to where the player does not move. It starts at 0. If we do any of these inputs, if we move right, move left, move up, move down, it'll move the character in that direction. Saucy, welcome in. I'm just talking about game stuff. You missed the beginning start, but we're fine. You'll be able to catch up. I can out this. We're just going through the documentation here, like we talked about. So yeah, so I basically opened up this document. How's it going so far? It's going pretty good. I've done a little bit of this before, but a long time ago. But I'm just trying to like reacclimate myself to just like scripting and, you know, doing all of this because it has been a long time. So I'm taking it slower. Before I would try to rush through tutorials just to try to get to some endpoint that didn't really exist. But I'm taking this as like a learning journey and just learning bit by bit of just like using the engine. I have some knowledge, but I don't want to like rely on stuff that's been sitting in my brain for like ages and that might be old and I might miss something. So I'm going through this documentation step by step and kind of, you know, remembering what all this means. So for example, we're basically have our, I can click off this. So we basically have our player. Let me do this to you, see. So we basically have our player, our little sprite right here. We gave it, we created a object for it, and we called it player. We gave it a sprite, which is, you know, this little eyeball right here. And we gave it a collision shape, which is this little blue outline. And basically, the animated sprite section, if we click on this, it's basically just creating the animation frames for when it's moving and when it's moving up and when it's walking. And that's what's happening with, you know, this object. It's holding all of this information in for one. And then the collision shape is basically like this blue outline where like if we have enemies kind of crashing into it or whatever, it'll recognize that it's getting hit. Otherwise, without this, it would just pass through and wouldn't know what is happening. In a way, it's like a second skin that's basic, or like a force field that tells you that hey, you just got hit, which is what we're needing for it to like respond to things happening to the player. So all of these are just, you know, objects and just objects that we put into the box, but they're objects that we kind of like have, but they don't know what they're doing. They're just existing right now on the screen, but there's nothing that's basically telling it to go do the things or respond to the things. So like it doesn't know to move yet. So that's where the script comes in that's attached to this player, and we're basically telling this player what to do. So right now we set our speed, which is basically how fast it's going, and we calculate or basically demonstrate speed the same way we demonstrate like how something would move in animation in general. It's every pixel or every frame per second of where it's moving to. So this is going to move 400 pixels per second, which sounds like a lot, but when you think about like, you know, how big games are and how much screen space you have, it's actually probably a decent speed, but it's not like blink fast. So then we also have it to where we have these two functions right here. I'm just recapping for Saucy because she's a good one and she's also expressed interest in this. So we have these two functions, which are basically just like, what's the best way to explain function? I mean, like, it's kind of in the name function, like what is happening in this script. And there's two types. There's more than probably two types, but for right here we have two types. We have the ready function, which means, hey, as soon as you start, I am ready. And the only thing that we want this ready function to do is this right here. Screen size get underscore viewpoint, which seems like a lot of gobbledygook, but if you hover over it, which is why Godot is really great, if you hover over this, returns the viewport's boundaries as a rectangle 2. So that's basically, it basically is just going to resize the game window that pops up when we play it to fit whatever screen that we're on. So it's not going to be too small, too big, and it's not going to like lose anything. So it's going to stay consistent no matter if we have like a large screen, if we're on a different monitor or anything like that. So that's what this ready function is doing. The process function, the process delta function, is basically checking every frame, or in this case, because we have delta, which is short for delta time, which basically is making the game check if something is happening by actual time, not by frames. The reason that's important is because not all computers are the same, not all consoles are the same. They'll calculate frames per second either faster or slower depending on the hardware. So you don't want it to go by the frames of like your graphics card. You want to go by the time, like actual time. So this is calculating every second or so the velocity, and our velocity, which actually is connected to the vector. Vector is basically the directions of where things are going. So you have when you think about a vector, you have the x position and the y position. So like if you look at a graph, the x is the horizontal axis and the y is the vertical axis. So if we go back to our 2D area, this red line that kind of comes as a purple line, that's the x-axis. The green line is the y. So if we were to grab our little player and move them, I don't know, I'm not gonna assume their pronouns. If we moved it, it's like, okay, and actually you can see it. If you watch this right here, you can see what's happening. So as I'm moving it in space, I'll move it slower. You can see that the numbers are changing. So going up in this y is the y position. That's negative. So as the higher you go up, the more the number is it's going in a negative direction, or it's in the scope of it, it's going negative. So, and then if you're going right, then it's going positive. If you go left, it goes negative, and if you go down, the y position goes positive. That's important as I put this back to 0. It's important because if you look at our script, in order for it to move, we start the velocity representing the vector position, which is at 0. But then as we move, as we press, the right key, the left key, up and down, you notice that move right is set to this, plus equals 1. Plus equals just means addition. It just means it's adding 1 to that vector. And the same thing with like moving left is subtracting 1 from this x position, because we have velocity.x, which is the x position for the velocity. And the same thing for moving up and down, which is up and down the y-axis. If we move up, as we saw before, it's going to subtract 1 in order for it to move up. And if we wanted to move down, it's going to add 1 to move down. And then the rest of this is basically to make it to where like it moves up and down, either even diagonally at the same rate of speed. And then these last two right here is just to make sure that like when it's moving and then when it's not moving, the animation plays. So we finally have that. And I believe, if I'm looking at the documentation, we also check whether the player, okay, so yeah, it basically explains everything. And then also, luckily, there's also, if you need help with like vector math, which I may check in a bit. Actually, let's look at it. So yeah, basically what I was explaining. So yeah, this is vector, this is the coordinate system. So X and Y, if we wanted to go diagonally down to the right, then that's the cardinal direction to get to like this point. Is making sense? Am I just speaking Greek? However, we can also think of the position as an offset from the 0, 0 point. Origin, draw an arrow point. So yeah, the documentation for this is really handy, because I mean, like, I know it seems complicated, but I mean, like, it actually makes a lot of sense once you know, kind of look at it. I think we might have lost Saucy. I think she hopefully she didn't just like, no, I don't want to do this. Go away. It's like, oh no, Saucy. Or she probably might have stepped away, gotten some food. She's here, yay! Yeah, this is just to move the sprite, but I mean, like, it seems complicated, but that's just because like it's the first time looking at it. For me, it took, so the reason I'm even vaguely comfortable with this, because I went to school for it. It's just that I've never used Godot. I've used other engines, and also adding the years that I've spent not doing it, I'm like kind of like reminding myself through this. But yeah, there is going to be a little bit of math to learn, but it's not super complex, especially for simpler games. Like this right here is like, from your perspective, as I explain this, if it made any sense, also please tell me if it made sense or not. I want to make sure that I'm clear. So Saucy, if I'm just like sounding off, if I make no sense, please let me know. But if it's clear, sure. And if there's stuff that you need me to explain, please tell me. You are not holding up the stream. This is what it's for. Let me know. But yeah, this is how you basically move the player. And I think, ooh, hold on. There may be something else I gotta do. What does it say? Now that we have a movement direction, we can update the player's position. We can also use clamp to prevent it from leaving the screen. Ooh, you are making sense for sure. Yay! I'm doing the things! I'm teaching! Yay, okay. So yeah, we already explained the dollar sign. That's what I wanted to know. The dollar sign in front of the animated sprite. What does this do? The dollar sign is a shorthand for get node. Okay. So in the code above, dollar sign animated sprite 2D dot play is the same as get node. Oh, so this part right here, this animated sprite, it's basically, this dollar sign is basically representing, instead of typing this, because I think if I type this, it should still work. I'm gonna have to like parentheses this. So instead of having to type all of that in to make it say, hey player, you know that animated sprite that you have inside you? Yeah, that animated sprite. What do you want with it? Yeah, when I need you to actually like use that when you start moving. Like, okay, I'll start moving and I'll use it. Instead of typing all that out to do it, it's literally, now they have a shorthand version where it's just Here's some money. Go animate that sprite while you're moving. It's like, okay, thanks for the money. And like, hey, here's some money. I need you to stop. That's how I'm taking it. I wonder if that's actually how they thought of it. But yeah. Hey, hydrating. Oh no, I'm out of water. I'm out of water. I'll get it. I'll get some more during the ad break. It's coming. But yeah. So we've animated the sprite, and I think we're going to add a process. Let's see. Okay, this is to make sure that we don't go off screen, which is actually really good. I didn't know that. Oh, it finally explains it at the very end. The delta parameter in the process function refers to the frame length, the amount of time that the previous frame took to complete. Using this value ensures that your movement will remain consistent even if the frame rate changes. So like, you know, frame rate drops. We've all experienced it. We're experienced like lag and stuff like that. This is to make sure that the reason it's happening is not because of your computer. Or not because of like internet. Or because of just the game programming itself. So yeah. It's weird that they put that at the very end. When they show it at the top, show it right here, but I guess I just need to like scroll down. But okay, so delta time, yay. So now we add this function for clamping the screen, so that I think I put it add the following to the bottom of the process function. Make sure it's not indented under the else. Ooh, yeah, okay, it's fine. So position, I can't spell position, that's why I should just do that. Plus equals velocity. And luckily it lets you, it just fills everything in if you press it, but I am horrible at typing. And then delta to represent time. And then if I press enter again, position equals position. I still can't spell position, so I'm just going to do that. Dot clamp. So we are clamping the screen so that it doesn't. Or we, let's see, what does it say? Ready from leaving the screen. So we're making it to where like it just does it. Once it just hits the window, the side of the window, it doesn't go off screen. So it is so this player is always going to be moving around on screen. So, and then vector 2.0, and then screen underscore size. Okay. What did I miss? What did I mess up? Oh. See, just misspelling, I swear. Oh no. Position. Oh my god. Awful. Position equals position. I keep saying postition. Position. Dot clamp. And then vector 2. And then it's set to 0. I don't know why you had to capitalize that, but. And then, is it automatic say screen size? Yes, screen size. And then close with the parentheses. Not a 0, with a parentheses. There we go. Jeez. Now I could have copy and pasted, but I want the feeling of actually typing it under my fingers so that it remembers. My fingers must remember. Okay, so position plus equals velocity times delta. So that's just setting velocity equals velocity multiplying by like the time. in position equals position dot clamp. Okay, so it's literally just stopping it. You no longer move when you're hitting the wall. You no longer. That is like interesting. Okay, so yeah. Technically, I'm assuming that because of this, you'll still animate like you're walking, but you won't actually move any further because velocity would basically make it hit 0. But then we'll see. I'm curious. Okay, but there's that. So, okay, so that should do it. And click run scene and confirm you can move the player. Okay, so I guess we could just press F6. That's the shortcut. So we're saving scene. Uh-oh. Is it F6? Oh, it's just taking a second. Okay. So. Uh-oh. So that's left and right. It's not doing up and down. Did I? Ooh, uh-oh. Something's off. I think I messed up something. Okay. For some reason, it's only doing left and right and up and... Oh, I messed up the inputs for that. Whew. Okay, hold on a second. I know. So project settings. So we had to go and actually put the inputs in. And I think I might have messed up. So right is right. So hold on, let me select this. Listening for inputs. Right. Enter. No, wait. Right. Okay. Let's move right. D. Move left. I did left. Move left is A. Move up is W. And move down is down. And then S. WASD. Okay, so those are right. So it's the script itself. I messed up something. So let's see. Okay, so move right is +1. Move left is -1. Oh, right here. Do you see it? Saucy, do you see it? See where I messed up? I'll give you a hint. It's literally, it's this right. Oh, why can't I? Oh, do I have the game up? Oh, I have this up still. There we go. I made this X. Why is, hold on. How do I, oh, I still have that open. Where is, there it is. Okay. So that's right. It's just I mislabeled this. And I needed to make this Y. Up, shit. I need to make it to where it doesn't do that. Plus equals 1. Okay. Right. Movement is negative, moves down. So, okay. All right. So, hey, give a treat to the tortilla. Good. So yes. Okay. So F6. So now, there we go. There we go. We have it moving. Okay, I was right. So it's gonna hit the walls, but it's basically going to turn off it actually like moving in space, but the animation will still go. So cool. And now we can move around. Yay. What's the button to like just close the window? Is there a way to do that? Is there a way to close it? Probably not. Can I just do F6 again to close it? Nope. Okay, we're just gonna close it then. What's this? Okay, and what's this? No, I don't want to. Oh, I already have the Godot engine up. Okay, cool. So now we have our player moving. We did it. Yay. Ads are about to start soon, but when we get done, we'll be able to choose. We would actually like set up the animations and choose what's happening based off of the direction. Because right now, it's doing the same animation for whether we're moving left and right and up and down. And for what it looks like, it's going to. Oh, and also that is a good point. So if you notice, if we go back into this game before the ads start going. The eye does not go in the same direction. It does not go look in the direction that we're moving. It's just staying up. So we need to fix that so that it just looks left and looks right and looks up and looks down. So we're gonna fix the animation for this in a bit, and then hopefully get to the point where we're running into enemies. But ads are starting soon. Get some water, stretch, because I know I will. And then we'll be back in a couple of minutes. If you're coming in just now, hang out for a bit. Don't leave. Get those channel points. You're gonna need them later. But all right. Play around with this a little bit more. And we're back. Hopefully the ads weren't that bad. I hope you bought a nice pair of shoes or got Geico car insurance or whatever the ads are. I don't remember. Excuse me. Let me hydrate a little bit more. I need to make an emote where whenever I'm hydrating, just a full waterfall just falls on the wizard lizard, and he just has his mouth open, being just like hydrating with me. I think that'd be funny. But we're not doing animation right now. We're doing Godot, which is also just literally everything. Because that is one important thing I want to point out. Godot incorporates like literally everything. Like just in game development in general, it just incorporates, excuse me, so much of just making games requires like being able to write, being able to, you know, have somebody who can write, somebody who can draw, do concept art, sometimes depending on like the scale of the game, but like to draw, model, animate, program, do music, all the stuff. All of that happens in games, which is why I think it's like one of the best mediums to tell stories. As I get out of this screen, I'm gonna go ahead and start this back up. If I can spiel with talk with you a little bit, chat, before we continue on. But yeah, that's why I like games. That's why the games always spoke to me more than just like, I love reading books and I love watching movies. And watching cartoons has always just been like, you know, I'm just a big kid. But games, video games, my guy, they are it's an amazing medium. It's an amazing art form, because that's what it is. Like you can say like, a lot of people who don't believe that games are not an art form are the ones that like most likely only associate games to like, you know, kids, and also associate like, you know, the older retro games that were like, you know, when I think of art, I think of a Rembrandt or I think of a Picasso. What's poppin'? Hey, nonsense. I'm spieling about games while we play around making one, or you know, making a tiny game. Following along with the Godot, getting started into your first 2D game. Which what I'll do is I'll actually let me go here first. Let's do the introduction first. I'll do that, copy it, and put it in chat. If anybody wants to follow along, look at it, it's right there. Don't tell me you're squinting. No, I'm not squinting this time. There will be time to squint later. Right now I am wide open, taking in all the surroundings. But yeah, what is your favorite game that you would play again and again? Wifey asking the important questions, as my eyes are wide open, taking in the 3 screens and looking around and making sure that I don't miss anything. Favorite game that I would play again and again? That's a tough one. Dang, why you got me doing all this? Favorite game. Give me a second while I figure out where I am, where I was. Step by. Oh, lost it. Here we go. Probably should have went to step by step first. That's fine. Actually, this is what the game is gonna look like once we get done. So just to show you, and we're here. So my favorite game that I could play again and again would be, it's really hard because most of my favorite games are story-based games. So like once I play them, then I'm kind of like done. But if I could play a game again and again, like what my favorite ones would be, I probably would say I like going back to Dishonored and Dishonored 2. Those would be some fun games that I would play again. I actually there's a genre of games that I think doesn't get too much hype, which is a lot of which is stealth games. I love stealth games as a kid. I um played like literally all besides Phantom Pain. I played as many of the Metal Gear Solids as I could, unless they were on GameCube or some shit. Um, Tenchu Stealth Assassin. I don't know if anybody that may be a stretch, but it's like one of the ninja stealth games where you literally like are a ninja and you get to do cool like death like kills and stuff. Because I like the patient aspect of that. I don't know why, but like thinking out your route to get to your objective, avoiding or trying to like kill the enemies, I thought was really cool. Whereas the crowd control on art, I want to mess you up. There will never be a crowd control on art. Maybe it may not be crowd control. It may be like something where like you can throw tomatoes or something. I might bring that up for drawing an animation. I might, but it's gonna be like a heavy cooldown because this isn't really. I know you might be joking, but this is more kind of like the chill, the learning stream. I know it's not the most popular thing, but this is more for me. This is more me teaching and me like showing off stuff. So less shenanigans. We have literally 3 days. We really have Thursday and probably not Friday, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We got the food and the liquor. We have the food that we're having right now, the nourishment for your brain, and then we'll give you the brain rot of like you throwing making me slip on banana peels or something. So it's a balanced stream. Everything balanced in its proper place. With Sundays, me having a breakaway from you monster. But yeah. No shenanigans, no crowd control right now. Just learning and making cool stuffs. But where was I? Yeah. But yeah, stealth games are games that in general would be games that I would play over and over again. Okay, so we're at the point where we're gonna be choosing animation, which from what it's looking like, because instead of you guys can read this, but what I'm seeing from this is if the velocity of x, if the x position is not equal to 0, that's what this symbol right here is. The exclamation point equal means not. So if it's not 0, which means is it moving, it'll play the walk animation. But then it'll also flip the sprite if it's false. So if x is not equal to 0, then it'll flip the sprite. It'll flip it if it's false, and then it'll flip it vertically if it's false, and then it'll flip it horizontally if the velocity is less than 0. Okay. My brain is not my brain is not braining. What's going on? Do you need me to explain something? Is this complex? Would you like me to give you like a quick explanation of like all this? It's fine. We got time. Because you didn't see the screen. Yes, please? Okay. So sorry for what I mean. It's mainly just like moderators and Saucy, and I'm pretty sure she's fine with like recapping. So as you maybe saw a little bit, this is going to be a 2D game. So unlike 3D, it's flat. There's only two directions. There's only two coordinates. There's an X coordinate and a Y. So that's right over here. This red line is X. This green line is the Y coordinate. If you look over here where it says position, that is where we have our player, which is this little dot guy. And when we move him, if you pay attention, yeah, I'm making a game. That's if you look at the position, if we wanted to say, okay, I want my character to go up, if we move this character, notice that the Y position going up, it's negative. So it's going in a negative direction. It's adding a negative, it's going, it's going negative to go up. And if we wanted to go down, it's going positive. If we wanted to go right, X starts going positive. If we wanted to go left, it says going to the negative. What's happening is as we're dragging it along and we're moving it, it's moving a pixel a second. It's moving by pixels. What's the game about? It's not really. This is just more of a. This is more of a mini game tutorial. It doesn't really have like an about the game. Essentially, we're going to have this little creature try to avoid enemies for a certain number of time, for a certain amount of time. So we're creating the player, and then we'll move on and create the enemy, and then we'll create the HUD. That's basically going to keep, time and track how long we're playing. And then if we do get hit by an enemy, then it'll trigger a game over screen. So it's not we're not trying to make like a full length game because for me, I'm trying to learn and just get a feel for the basic mechanics. So yeah, so it's something that's supposed to be easy to follow along. There's no narrative or story behind any of this. It's just, can we make a character jump? Can we make a character throw something? Can we make a character, the different mechanics that are common in games, we're going to kind of go about, learning them. And then, once we get a certain number of mechanics learned, then that's when we'll probably use those as find a way to combine mechanics to make them fun. And then that's when we'll start designing a game. But for right now, it's been a long time since I've actually done it, so I'm kind of just playing around with the software with Godot as an engine, and then we'll get into doing more cool stuff. But it all starts from somewhere. But yeah, it's 2D game. It moves in the X and Y directions. Going up is a negative direction. Going right is positive. Going down is positive, and going left is negative. So right over here in this little section, this object is the player. That's what this is. If we break down what it is, the player is got a little node called area 2D, which is just basically just where it is. It's this just what it is. The area 2D can hold these other nodes, which is the animated sprite, which when I click on it, shows the animations. It shows the two frames that it'll switch between, that it'll play when it's moving up, and also when it's walking. And then this is the collision shape, which is this blue kind of outline for the character. That's collision shape is basically the hitbox. So once we create the enemies and we set up the scripts and everything, it's going to, if any of the enemies hit that hitbox, then that'll trigger, the game over scene, the game over menu or whatever. So when we were making the script, this is what's on the player. This is what's controlled. This is all the under the hood stuff that's in the player. And we have a variable, which is basically it's basically, we're creating the different parts of what we're going to be referencing to control the player. So the variable right here is, we're making a speed variable. So you have the speed set to 400. Let me see if I move that? No. We have the speed set to 400, which is how fast the player will move a pixel per second. So it'll move 400 pixels per second. The speed is set to 400 pixels per second. We have this ready function right here, which the ready function is basically hey, as soon as you start this game, I'm gonna do this thing. So the first thing it's gonna do is set the screen size for the game. The next thing is this function, which is the processing function, which if I didn't have delta, like let's say if I just took this off and I wanted to make a process and I just had a process like this, it's gonna process. See, it's not even letting me because it needs, well, actually, because I had it set here, but this is like university all over again. I'm sorry. Is it bad? Is it bad? I'm sorry. It's too much brain. It's too much learning. If it is, I'm sorry, but we have to. But this is one of the things I've always wanted to do on stream. No, it isn't. Okay, but so this function process is going to unlike this one where it says, okay, I'm ready, and then it does it once. This process function is going to check every frame if something is happening or something is happening, or it's going to perform an action every frame. So, you know, like, you know, when you're playing a game, it's running at like 60 frames per second. That's what's happening. Each frame, each 60 frames per second, it's doing something. So the problem with that is if you're making a game and you put it on like a bunch of different consoles or a bunch of different types of computers, different computers are going to process that 60 frames per second differently. So the game's not going to always run the same on different platforms. So that's why instead of doing it that way, you type in delta or delta time makes it so tells the game, hey, don't calculate by frames, calculate by like actual time, by like seconds. So like, you know, 1 2 3 4, like time. So that way you have a consistent metric to have the game, or have the program, the script in the game, decide when something is happening, or decide when to check for if something's about to happen. So right now, what it's doing in this function, in this processing function, because we didn't make it into a function within a function, which we can do, we're not doing that right now, is that it's checking, hey, did you press the right button? No? Okay. But it's asking you that question. It's asking that question every frame. It's constantly checking, hey, are you pressing that right button? Did you press it yet? Oh, you pressed it. Cool, let's go. So that's why this is basically saying like the velocity, we're created a velocity variable, which is basically controlling the direction the player is moving. Because if you ignore the naming of the velocity, what it's equaling is basically the vector 2. Vector 2 is basically the two vectors, x and y. So it's basically setting the player's vector to 0. And that's important because when you start the game, the character shouldn't be moving. If you're not pressing something, it shouldn't be moving. So it sets it to 0, and then what all of these if statements are doing is checking, hey, if you, the player, uses the input that is associated with move right, which we have is like, you know, the right arrow, or, you know, or D on the keyboard. If they press that, add 1 to the vector. And what that's going to do is that's going to tell the player, get the player to move one pixel per 1 pixel a second. That's important. It's going to tell it to move 1 pixel per second just off of the function alone. So it does that for the moving right, moving left, moving up, moving down, in all the different directions. You can even see right here, velocity x, which is the x direction, is going to be +1, because to move right, you're going in a positive direction. Moving left, you're moving in a negative direction. Moving up, you're moving up in a negative direction, which sounds weird because you would think up would be positive, but it's negative, and then moving down in a positive direction. So you do that. So that's in there. And then there's a little bit of an issue with, you know, with this, and you can move diagonally. And if you remember any kind of like math about the Pythagorean theorem or whatever, if you move diagonally, then you're gonna move faster than if you moved up and down and left and move up and then down. Just think about, you know, moving diagonally makes you move faster. So this little function, little parameter right there, little bit normalized, makes it to where like no matter what direction you're moving, it's going to stay consistent to the speed, which is what we set up here, to the speed that we set. And then of course the animated sprite, which is over here. This money, the way I explained this was, I think it was pretty funny. This is just telling the script to get the sprite. So you see the little dollar sign. So basically the script is talking to like the object of the player and be like, hey, here's some cash. Can you make yourself move? And it's like, oh, okay, thanks for the $5. Yeah, I'll move. And then it's like, hey, actually, you know what? Here's some more cash. Can you stop? Can you not move? It's like, oh, okay, you want me to not move? Okay, cool, I can do that. So that's what's happening here. It's basically telling it to use the sprite, which is this little thing right over here, and animate yourself. Or if it doesn't want you to animate, it'll tell you to stop. What script are you using? This one. It's this. It's right here. Player. We made it. We typed this up. You basically, what we did was like we clicked the player, and we used this little icon right here to just make a script, and then this came up and it was blank, and then we basically filled this out based off of basically this. But it's a common. This is a common way to move a player in like script language. But it's not using. But if you're talking about what programming language, we're using the custom script language, which is GD script. But if you're like somebody who's used to using C#, there is a way to set it to where you can, you know, use C#, which if we click this, then it would be like a little different. It'll be like a lot more, you know, it'll be just basically like this, but I prefer GD script. I will never stop being amazed in how much goes into this process. Yeah, no, this is, it's pretty in depth. Like there's that's why, like, as I continue to gush about game development, that's why I'm a little bit more lenient when it comes to game developers. Yeah, I was asking for the programming language. Yeah, it is GD script, not but you can also use C# with it. You can technically think like there's a way that you can use any kind of scripting language with whatever engine you're doing, but I'm sticking with GD script because it's a lot easier to read, and it's C# is more excuse me, C# is what I used when I was learning Unity a long time ago, but GD script is more like Python, sort of. I can't remember why it's like, what, you know, how it's like Python in general, in like specifically, but I've heard it's more like Python. So I was like, okay, I'll stick with this. Plus, like, look at this. You can either do this or you can do C#. I'm gonna do GD script because it's built for games, which is what I'm gonna use it for. So yeah, not gonna no. If I don't have to do it, I won't. No. I mean, it's cool to know languages, but I don't give a shit. It's just want the game to work. But yeah, that is where we're at right now. And then this part right here is just to make sure that, like, when we're moving the character, it doesn't go off screen. So you can see that, like, it basically, you set the position. So yeah, so even like, so remember, this is position. This is the actual position of the character. So it tells the position. So as this function is going, the position is going to put. This is basically setting the speed, I believe, or setting the actual movement, like taking all this and making it like into like this function, this little line, and making it move. But then it's also making it the position where it's going to clamp, or basically like stop the character from moving at this coordinate. Whatever the screen size is, it's going to basically, well, actually, hold on. That's all right. If we hover over clamp, returns a new vector with all components clamped between the components of min and max by running global scope.clamp on each component. So it's going to clamp, or basically like hold its hold the position of whatever this is, of the player. So it's holding the position between the vector.00, so it's going to say vector 00, and then the screen size, which is what we set to, you know, the actual, you know, screen size of it. So it's gonna just like, nope, stay right there. You don't go past it. You can go right here, and then that's it. So that's what this is doing. So yeah, you're now caught up, and now all we're doing is we're going to still under the process. I think we can. Another player can move. We need to change directions. This animation should be. Let's place this code at the end. Okay, so we'll do it right here. Do we not have to indent it? No, it needs to be like right. It needs to be here. So let's enter. So if velocity dot x, basically if, you know, if moving in the x direction is not equal, if the player is moving in the x direction is not equal to 0, which is what that exclamation point equals is. There's a whole bunch of like Boolean stuff. If you don't know what a Boolean is, it's basically a condition. So for example, you would use a Boolean if, technically we're using a Boolean now, because basically, well, not technically, what we're doing when you're doing like this, hold on, did I type this in right? What you're basically doing is making it, you're setting a condition to make sure that it doesn't go at a certain, you're setting condition to where if a condition is filled, if a certain part of the game is filled, or I'm trying to, I have it in my head, I'm trying to explain it. I guess really, yeah. So it's saying if velocity.x, or if you're moving in the moving in an x direction, is not equal to 0. So if you're moving in general, because if you're equal to 0, then you're not moving, because 0 means not moving. So if you are, so basically this line is basically saying if you are moving, and then it's, then once we set the parameter, like if you're not moving, what I want you to do is, here's some money. I want you to animate your sprite, and when you animate that sprite, this part right here, when you animate that sprite, I need you to animate this sprite in particular, or this animation in particular, the walk animation. And then here's some more money. Here's some more money, which you're animated with that same animated sprite. I need you to flip that sprite, or actually, and also here's some other money. I want you to, if you are not moving, if you are moving, I want you to not flip the sprite at all. I believe that's what it's saying. I don't want you to flip it vertically, which I think would mean, if you're flipping it vertically, then yeah, that's weird. I need to look at like how that's settled, but it's basically like, don't flip your sprite in a certain direction. See the note below about the following Boolean assignment. We'll read about the Boolean assignment in a bit. it'll clarify it a lot better. And then also here's some more money. Take all the monies. Take this money too, and then I want you to flip horizontally. Flip horizontally. Underscore H. I think I fucked up. Underscore H. Underscore V equals false. And then I want you to flip horizontally. If the velocity dot x is greater than 0, which means if you are moving, then I want you to flip your axis, flip your sprite. Otherwise, if your velocity dot y, if you are moving up and down, then I need you. Here's some more money. Take my money. Here's some more money. I think I've messed up something. Above. Else velocity dot y is greater than or equal to 0. Okay. Why is this? Hold on, thumbs up. What the fuck? Money, animated. That's weird. It's not autofilling, so something's not right. Did I put expected after else? Is it a semicolon? No. What? What's happening? Let me just finish typing this out. Animated sprite. This doesn't feel right. Something's off. Animated sprite dot animation equals something's off. Something's not right. Velocity dot y not equal to 0. Oh, else if. It's not just an else. Ah, okay. It's else if, not else. Okay. Oh God. I gotta type all this shit out. Else if velocity dot y does not equal 0. There we go. Else if. Okay. By the way, I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the fan art. I had to restart so many times. Hey, that's fine. But at the same time, if you're having to restart, save those. Unless, depending on what you're using, I don't know if like you have the Procreate time lapse thing, but save the times that you had to like restart. Those sketches are important because they tell you where you've come. So hopefully you haven't gotten rid of them. If you have, that's fine. But you know, keep up the good work. I'm excited to see what you make, and I will put it on the proverbial fridge. Okay, so then flip underscore v velocity dot y is greater than 0. Okay, greater than 0. Okay. I got rid of them. No, it's all right. It happens. Just you gotta keep your stuff. You gotta keep your sketches. No matter what. No matter if they're half finished. But yeah. You gotta definitely keep your sketches, because it's important. I wish that I could see like all the old drawings that I made, especially when I was younger and I did like Dragon Ball Z fan art, because that was my big thing. But yeah, okay. So we have it to where if you are moving velocity.x, if you are moving in an x direction, and if you're if velocity.x does not equal 0, so if you are moving, then play your walk animation. Do not flip your sprite, but flip your sprite if you are. But if you do not flip your sprite vertically, but flip your sprite if horizontally, if you are moving, if your movement is greater than 0. Else, if you're moving vertically, if you're moving up and down the y-axis, play the up animation, and then flip your sprite vertically if your movement is greater than 0. Okay. So the flipping vertically, this is to make sure that you do not flip vertically if you're moving horizontally. Unless you are also unless you are moving vertically. Okay, sure. Okay, here's a little explanation about booleans. The boolean assignment in the code above are a common shorthand for programmers. Since we're doing a comparison test boolean and also assigning a boolean value, we do both at the same time. Consider this code versus the one-line boolean assignment above. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, let me see. So, interesting. Animated sprite 2. So if we wrote it this way, it's the same way, but okay. So there's different ways to write booleans, which is basically this. Boolean is basically true and false. It's a true and false condition. If you're doing it, if you fulfill the parameters, then okay. So let me break this. So this is basically saying, hey, the velocity.x, which is basically moving in the x direction, if you are moving, if your movement is less than, if your movement is less than 0, which a negative value would be less than 0. So basically this is saying if you're moving left, then flip your sprite so that you're looking like you're moving left. Else, if you're not moving left, then don't flip your sprite. Flipping your sprite is false. Don't do it. But apparently, instead of doing it this way, this saying, hey, are you not, it's this not function, this not condition makes it easier. So it's less code to write for the same result. So that's pretty cool. Then let's see here. Play the scene again. Check the animations are correct in each of the directions. A common mistake here is to type the names of the animations wrong. The animation names in the sprite frames panel must match what you type in the code. If you name the animation capitalized walk, you must also use capital W in the code. Let's check and see. Oh, animated. Yeah, we called it just walk. Okay, so we should be good. So let's press F6. Let it load. We got our guy in here in the corner. So there we go. Look at him. He's going up. He's going down. Oh, hold on. Wait, something's off. That's not right. Then they're right on. What is this? He's supposed to be looking the other way. Something's wrong. Let's see. Did I type? Oh, you know what? I bet it is the other way. So it's very important to look over your code, because this is saying I made a mistake of making it that it's going to flip when it's less than 0. but I wrote it as if it's greater than 0, so it's looking the opposite direction. So I need to fix that. And see, the thing is, here's what's important when it comes to game development, and basically just like anything really. You got to have a plan. Even with this, you gotta have a clear, especially if you haven't done something for the first time ever, you gotta have a clear plan of what you're doing. You gotta know what you want. A lot of times, well, at least for me, when the reason that, like, you know, sometimes games don't get made very well, or maybe even take a longer time to be made, is because the plan, the game design, the thoughts of the game design were not fleshed out. So like before anybody even coded, stuff needs to be written out and made sure that, like, hey, no, this is exactly what we're doing. This is what we want to happen. So then when something goes wrong, you can refer to like how it's supposed to be instead of, like, you know, guessing. Because if I didn't have the instructions, I probably would have just looked at this and then been like, oh, I guess that's how it's supposed to be. But since I know that it's not, now he's looking in the right direction. Yeah, look at this. I like this. Look at this, smooth. So smooth. So smooth. I like that. But yeah, since we have all this, and since we're actually checking and like double checking and going line by line to make sure things are working, it makes sense. But imagine seeing how complex this can be. Imagine, like, you know, how much of a hassle CD Projekt Red had making Cyberpunk 2077 and making sure all that code is working, but then also possibly having what's called scope. If you haven't heard of scope, it's basically what it sounds like. You know, is the project that you're using in scope, in the right frame of, well, not scope, not frame, not, I don't want to say the right frame of mind, but basically, ooh, hello. It's a secret boy, literally the exact issue I had. I thought out a real good game, but never really made the blueprint on how I would implement the systems. I'm now writing that. Yeah, well, hello. Also, thanks for being the first chatter. I was like, I'm always wondering, like, who's watching? And nobody says anything, but I guess the secret boy came in. Yeah, no, I used to, whenever I tried to make games, I was horrible at, like, making, like, setting out, like, what do I really want? I was like, just kind of just like freeform, like trying to just like I guess really it's the same thing when you're drawing, especially if you're like a new artist that hasn't been doing it for a while. Knowing the basic shapes, blocking things out, and then like refining things as you go is the proper way to do it. But you have to have that good foundation of like the scope, or the good foundation, like, this is what I want it to be. The other three lurkers, I don't know about them, but I just showed up like 5 seconds ago. Welcome, so you just came in like right at my spiel. That's nuts. But thank you and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Real quick, my name is Ambrose. I am a digital artist. I'm an animator, and I'm also a game designer. Still not like the best at all three of those things, but I try. I'm basically a variety streamer. I also play games, and we kind of split up the week to do, 3 days of, teaching about drawing or showing off drawing, showing off animation, going through game design, and then the later half is playing games, chat, ruining my day with some of my games, and then collabing on games, and then I rest on Sunday. That's kind of what we're doing for right now. Stick around and watch as much as you can, because on Fridays we do we do crowd control Fridays. So what that means is the channel points that you gather, or if you want to spend some money on me and use bits, or if you want to subscribe, you'll get coins that you can then use to help me in games or ruin my day. So Stick around, lurk, talk, ask questions, do other things, but get those channel points because it's a fun time. But yeah, and then also the little gremlin, the wizard, the mage person that we have here that I'm talking through is named Archibald. And whenever I'm Archibald, I speak in a weird wizardy voice, and I become the wizard lizard, Archibald, also known as the Chaos Chameleon, also known as Salamander Supreme, the Sorcerer Salamander Supreme. I forgot it's the other S. Um, Ooh, nonsense! If you're in the chat, you should check the emotes that we have, cause we put out the boy. But yeah, welcome in. Thanks for coming in and saying and speaking up and talking in chat. The other lurkers are probably my moderators, but if there's more people hanging out, then that's great. Yeah. We also, while I'm chatting, just in case it gets too boring and you want to watch some fun stuff, I will also shamelessly plug a YouTube channel. Here you go. You can watch all my shorts, watch me suffer, and do all the things. But back to it. So yeah, games. They're really hard to make, and especially with it takes years to make some of the best games that you've ever seen. Clay Obscure was probably, I think, even though it was made with a smaller team, was probably I don't know what year it was. I think that Clay Obscure was made got started before COVID. Let me actually look that up. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 development start. Yeah, Claire Obscure started during COVID. So yeah, Claire Obscure started during COVID and came out 5 years later. And so they developed that game during a pandemic, and also it took 5 years, which actually for an RPG, I mean, that's, for as expensive as it is, I mean, that's pretty impressive. It's a really good game. But they were able to do it because they had the scope for the game. They knew what the game, they knew what they wanted, but at least the minimum viable product, what the game was supposed to be. So yeah, it's important to just plan stuff out. Don't rush into this if you're going to just play around in Godot or in a game engine to try out mechanics, just to see what you can do, that's always good. Play around and use it as your paint, like a paintbrush. Just throw code together and see what you can do. But if you're planning out to make a game that you're planning to ship and sell and whatever, you gotta plan that shit out. You gotta have a good design document and know what you want, especially if you're working with other people. Because I've had teams, I've had student projects where there was no communication and it ended horribly. But yeah, sorry, I ranted, but hopefully I didn't lose anybody. Yeah. So I think what we'll do, what time is it? We're hitting our 3-hour mark. We have a good spot with just moving the player, and I think we've chatted and talked about it enough. What we could do is, actually, we have ads in 6 minutes. What we'll do is we'll see if we can set up the collision first, because there's collision, and then once the collision's done, then that's when we can do enemies. I think we'll save that for the next development stream. We'll finish this out, and then we'll do, I'll leave it. I'll make a poll. I'll make a poll really quick. I want to see what my viewers want. Let's see. We There we go. We'll see what people want to do. There you go. Decide. What shall we do? Because I'm fine with either one. But yeah, let me take a little bit of sip while the poll's going. Because if we game, I'm going to play Zenless Zone Zero because I haven't played it in a while, and I kind of want to keep going on that game. Because I just recently updated it, but I still haven't gotten to like all the good stuff. I think I'm still in season 1, so I'm still trying to like figure out the game. But I want to have a little bit of fun. But if you want to develop more and just kind of finish this thing out, then what do we have? Well, show me the results. Nobody said anything. Okay. It's okay. Everybody's lurking. That's. Oh man, nobody says anything. Nobody checks out your polls. Yeah, that's fine. What we'll do. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is I think we can stop here. I think it's a good. Oh, sorry, was doing game dev things. Oh, okay. Did you ask something? Yeah, I asked if so we usually split up these streams to where like I do like 3 maybe 4 hours of drawing or game dev, and then I switch over to playing like a game of my choice. So we were I can either finish this up and go into collision and making the enemies, or y'all can watch me play Zenless Zone Zero. But it's for basically the next hour, and then I'll probably play a game afterwards. But yeah, I was gonna leave it up to chat, but I think my moderators are chilling and people are lurking. I also have an ad break, so I'll leave it to you, Secret Boy. You have 2 minutes to decide. Up to you for real, but I'm here for the game dev. Okay, so game dev. So we'll do game dev for another hour then, and we'll get the collision and we'll get the enemies in, and then once we do that, once we do that for another hour, I think we'll play Zenless Zone Zero for 2 more, and then that'll be that. So yeah, we're sticking with game dev. You're here for the game dev, so that's what we're gonna do. We're hey, I'm fine with either one. I just want to make sure like people are getting something out of it. But if it's helping you, then yeah. This is what I'm working on right now in Godot. I don't know if I can like see anything you're sharing, but we do have a Discord, and hopefully the link isn't dead. But if it is, give me 1 second. Here's our Discord. If you join it, I can see what you're working on a lot better. If you want to like take screenshots and post it, I'll even, because I'm surprised that I haven't thought about this, in our art share channel, I'm gonna create a game dev area. There we go. And you can be the first one to put all your game design stuff in. So up there you are. Hello. Yes. I think what? Turn off disable. Is that Secret Boy? All right. I'm gonna give you the role, so you should be able to like see all the things. But yeah, let me add you here. There you go. So yeah, go ahead and share anything you're working on in there. It's the easiest thing instead of me, clicking on links and then, all that good stuff. I can have multiple windows open. But yeah, we'll continue with some game dev stuff after the ads. Ooh, oh, so you're doing 3D. Okay. Oh, are you doing a thing where like? That's interesting. Is it okay? That's cool. Oh, so is it? Oh, wow. You have like an inventory thing and everything. So that's good. I see what you're doing. So that's good for like, if you're trying to like just make a game like outright, yeah, you would definitely want to like play around. You would definitely want to not play around. As starting soon. But yeah, block it out, write it out, figure out like step by step your mechanics and everything like that. And then once you've settled on it and you know what you're doing, then that's when you start programming and start scripting and start putting things in, and then you can test and decide if it feels fun. That's also the important thing. But yeah, that's cool. I really like that. But yeah, we got ads. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Okay, so we have our player. The only thing we need to work on now is, well, not the only thing, but we need to also get the collision going. Also, if there's anybody else in chat who's interested, hey, we're feeding the girl. Torchy's gonna be leveled up. I need to check what level she is. I'll check it later. She should be changing color at some point. Jeez. Yeah. If there's anybody else in chat, feel free to say hi, ask questions, but also if you wanted to see how all of this was made, I'll show you actually how all this was made. If you want to see how we got to this point right here, where we're moving a little boy around and he's floating, this is all also being streamed on YouTube as well. So there will be a playlist for all the art and game design stuff that we're doing. So yeah, you haven't missed out. There's an easier way to like see this once it's all done. So no rush. Don't feel like you're missing out on anything. Also, all of this is done from, we're following along with the tutorial for our first game in Godot, just to get our feet wet, to understand building objects, making scripts, and setting up the scene. But yeah, there's you won't miss out. There's lots of other ways. How well do you feel you're understanding Godot so far, and do you have any ideal end goal to learning the engine so far? I really like Godot. I've tried Unreal, I've tried Unity, and I've tried Godot. Unity was okay. Unity was fine with me. It was just the practices of the company were just like how they were handling just, you know, people who were trying to like who already sold their games, and just for them trying to get more money. I didn't feel great about. Unreal is heavy on my on computers in general, and while you can make great games, 2D, 3D, isometric, all that stuff, I feel right now for the scope of games that I'm making, I don't need all of that. It's still great to learn. Unreal is powerful, and you can do a lot, like a lot. But for me, I have a vision for Godot to use it for streaming, which sounds weird, but there's plugins that allow for like chat interactions. So for my long-term, short-termish goal before I start trying to like make a game was basically to use Godot as like a stream overlay. So imagine, so actually you kind of can already like imagine it this. If you ever seen the game, or not really a game, but like the what's it called? I'm trying to remember what it's called. Let me see. Can I bring up Steam? If you look up, let me think. I'm trying to figure out what the name of it was. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. If you look up, if you look that up on Steam. Hello, Lala. Welcome in. If you look up, actually, I think I can. Do I have? Yeah, I have stream layout. Let me grab this. Let me go store page. So I'm gonna turn this down. So if you can, as you can see, like it's basically a game where like you have an avatar, and they're basically, you know, at a desk, at a computer, doing like different things. There's creatures and all stuff like that. Imagine just using this as a stream layout. So like I can control the character going to different rooms and everything like a game, but because there's Twitch interactions, or I use a Twitch plugin to where, like, you know, if somebody interacts with in chat or something, it happens to the game. So I can basically use Godot to basically make, like, if I like, because I use avatars, I use like PNGs, and maybe even if I go 3D, I can use a VTuber to basically have a room, maybe even a world that people can interact with by just their channel points, and they affect, induce, and make stuff happen in the game. In the game, which was essentially not really a game, but just like an application, really, that they can interact with. That's my short term goal, because I really do enjoy this. Like for the longest time, let me go ahead and delete that. Um, I've been trying to. I've always had like creative endeavors. I wanted to draw. I wanted to animate. I wanted to do games. I wanted to do music, but I didn't have a place to put all those, things that I wanted to do. I was just like making things in a vacuum. And when you make things in a vacuum and nobody's really seeing it and you don't know what to do with it, it kind of feels pointless. And so I was basically just like learning and trying to like get somewhere, not knowing where I wanted to go, or even having a place to kind of have that creative journey. This is it. I've been having so much fun just talking with people and just streaming and making content, that I'm like, this is where I want it to go. So for right now, I don't have like a game in mind, but while I'm learning Godot, both the 3D and the 2D aspects of it, I'm thinking about how I can set it up to where I can use it for streaming, to make like, a cool stream that people can kind of come in, and instead of like, just hearing me yap, you can use those channel points kind of like with crowd control, only about any part of the stream, where you can just like make, the wizard lizard go through portals in the background, or you can ask me to hydrate, and then like, I don't know, like a waterfall comes and just like black, like, I don't know, however you can do it, but like I make all the elements of that in Godot for people to interact with. So that's where all that is kind of leading. I have a goal of maybe like, I think I kind of want to shoot for like a year, mainly because I'm also might be starting working in, so that may be less time to stream. But yeah, I think that's I rant a lot, I'm sorry, but I think that's where I want to do. I want to use Godot with Twitch to make cool things for like the stream, and so for cool interactions. Yeah, and there's actually technically already somebody who's doing that, who inspired me, which is a streamer named Taijiro. Yeah. They use Godot, and they have like, they're basically building a world that people can kind of like watch him make stuff, like make like spirit animals and stuff like that kind of float around and like do stuff, and he has like different interactions. It's really cool, and I was like, that is what I want. So that's what I'm going for. So that's the long answer to that. Short answer is I want to use Godot to improve my stream. So yeah, but I hope that answered your question. Also, hi Lala, how are you? How was your day? We're just doing some stuffs. Oh, we're doing signals. Oh, okay, I remember this. So the collision. When you're sure the movement is working correctly, add this line to ready. I mess with your art, bro. Drawing is my biggest op in game dev. It can be. Hey, hi. Hell, I hope to overcome. Yeah. So secret, yeah. If drawing is your big op, kind of doing this is mine. I know it might sound like I know a lot of what I'm talking about, but there's just so much for scripting that I'm just like, do I know the things? But drawing, I still feel free enough to kind of just like figure things out on my own without, having to, like, I'll have references and stuff, but it's not as, there's a lot more experimentation that I'm comfortable with than with scripting, because with scripting, it's like, where the fuck do I start? So I kind of have the inverse of that, but yeah, I'm trying to overcome that hill too. Lala, I am glad you had a good day. Mine was good. I got to basically figure out how I'm going to stream Godot and what I was going to do, and this is what it is. We are playing a little short game. I don't know how long it's been since you've been here, but we got this going. We got our little boy floating around. and he can move left and right and look left and look left and look right, and he can swim up and swim down and diagonal. He can do all the things. Yeah. Nah, I get that scripting is hell, dude, but I've adapted to that hell way faster than I can learn how to draw. Yeah, I get that. But I mean, either way, no matter what you're doing, it's consistency, time, and energy. You do little, and you do a little. You learn a little bit by little bit. If you're drawing, don't try to take on a huge piece. If you're trying to learn to draw, break things down into like simple shapes. If you can draw a cube, even though it's like kind of like a cliche thing, if you can draw a cube, if you can draw a sphere, if you can draw basic shapes like pyramids and stuff like that, if you practice that, you'll start noticing that like the body objects are all just basic shapes that are like slightly molded. It's all about just breaking things down. That is the key to learning anything, no matter what, is to break it down into its simplest components and learn the foundations of it all. Because if you try to go after stuff that's like huge, if you try to like, I'm gonna make a whole entire game, or I'm going to basically draw a whole character, but you're setting yourself up at a high bar, and you just gotta like ease into things. We're all very mean to ourselves trying to take on like huge projects and then getting upset that we can't make things as well as, you know, experts who've been spending years working on stuff. When you're sure the movement is working correctly, add this line to... Oh. Really? Hide? Is that really... Hold on. Does that really do what I think it's gonna do? Hold on. I'm curious. Oh, shit! Wait. No? Wait. Hold on. Okay, so it's hide, but why would I do that? Hold on. When you're sure the movement is working correctly, add this line to ready so the player will be hidden when the game starts. Wait a second, that doesn't make sense. Because then it doesn't... Play the scene again and check that the... Okay, we'll come into it. When you're sure the movement is working correctly, add this line to ready so the player... Oh, because you're gonna... Okay, because there's probably gonna be a thing where you're gonna spawn the character in first. So it's not gonna be like immediate. You don't want the character to immediately spawn. You want to hide it, and then it's probably gonna be something later on in the instructions where it's going to be like, okay, unhide it and make it appear in a certain spot. So okay, that's fine. I was like, why would I do that now? Collision. We want the player to detect when it's hit by an enemy, but we haven't made any enemies yet. That's okay, because we're going to use Godot's signal functionality to make it work. Add the following at the top of the script. If you're using GD script, add it after extends to. If you're using C#, okay. Signal hit. So okay. So we're gonna add a signal, which I believe I remember is it's actually really great how signals work. I like that's kind of like when I was saying like it's hard to experiment when for me with scripting. I think like the signal thing is what I would have fun trying to figure out. Signal hit. All right. Define a custom signal called hit that will have our player emit or send out when it collides with an enemy. We will use Area 2D to detect the collision. Okay, select the player node and click node tab. Wait, what is this warning? The root node of the scene is recommended to not be transformed since instances of the scene will usually override this. Reset the transform. Oh, oops. Haha. Got it. Did that work? Is that fine? I set it back to 0. Is that okay? Man. But yeah, Lala. So your day was good. Did you? Do you? I can't remember if you stream. I don't know if you streamed recently. I haven't seen anything pop up. Um. Okay, so we're gonna do that. So then I believe. So player node tab. Click the player node and click the node tab next to the inspector. Okay. The node tab next to the inspector. Yeah, here we go. Okay, this is where we get signals. Okay. I sent some art, by the way. Notice you're using ultra wide. No, I've not started yet. Yeah, I have an ultra wide screen, um, which was a real kind of pain to kind of like figure out how I'm gonna properly stream it for everyone. It helps like greatly. I'm glad that I switched over to like an ultra wide screen. Um, but yeah, Lala. Is it because of work or something? And also, I'll check out the art too. Let me check this out. Let me see. It isn't much. Oh, and okay, I'm looking at your Discord. It doesn't resemble how much a file should be yet, but the end product should be. Oh, you're making an FPS shooter cooking sim. That sounds interesting. I want to see that. Should mix passive tycoon stuff with combat stress. Kind of like Schedule 1. Big scope, but taking it one step at a time and having fun. Good. No, just being lazy? I mean, yeah. But I mean, same time, you should do it. Oh, what's this? Notice you were a fellow ultrawide user. This is my stream setup thing for ultrawide. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is nice. Okay. Oh, it looks like glitch. Okay, that's cool. Current task: beat a losing is fun, difficulty safe. Okay, that's cool. Oh, I didn't know you. I didn't know you stream. I'll give you a follow. The image I sent in art is how I dealt with my ultra wide and 16:19 ratio, but I think you have a longer monitor than me. Maybe. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out. It's a whole thing. But yeah, I like having ultra wide, especially when it comes to like stuff like this. So then I have like multiple, like I can fit 2 windows and I can actually like see 2 things. So it's really great. But also, Lala, you gotta get on it. You gotta stream. I haven't streamed in quite some time, but I appreciate it regardless. I will eventually. Just been taking time to support. I appreciate that. And then also, life has been busy. Yes, life is. Yeah, I get that. Life used to be really busy to the point where like I couldn't do any of this stuff, but now I'm kind of setting my life to where I can, make money, but then also like stream and everything. And it'd be great if like I could just like blow up and be like an amazing streamer that shares art and games. But that's a long goal. But yeah, again, I know that it's a lot, but it's always good to like again start small. You don't have to make like a whole weekly stream, but like do it for 2 hours and see how you feel, and then slowly start building up if you want to. Or sometimes the one day might be fine, because depending on what you're doing and how much you're doing, you could make the stuff that you have into YouTube videos, which kind of is where like you'll get like a lot more people looking. Also, anybody who's new coming in, welcome to the stream. We're doing stuffs and things. We're not playing, jeez. We're setting up Godot. I'm yapping and trying to figure out how to set things up. Oh, we got a rigid body 2D. This defines a custom called hit. We'll use the area 2D detection, created the node. We select, oh yeah, body entered. Yeah. Let me open this up so I can actually see it. Body entered. Yep, that makes sense. body entered. Notice our custom hit signal is there as well. Since our enemies are going to be rigid body nodes, we want the body entered body node 2D signal. This signal will be emitted when a body contacts the player. Click connect. There it is. This connect the signal window appears. Yes. And then I'm guessing we have to connect it to either I think it's a collision shape we're going to connect to, right? Notice and to connect. Godot will create a function with the exact name directly in the script. You don't need to change the default settings right now. If you're using external text, okay. Note the green. Okay, so connect. And then where's the green icon? Yeah, okay, so then it creates a new function. Cool. Yeah. But yeah, start slow. That's all it is. But I mean, I do also appreciate your support. But also, if you need any help, that's what the Discord's for. I think you didn't join the Discord. No, Lala. How can I help you if you're not a part of the Discord community? Also, I gotta make sure this link works. Does the link work? The link is invalid. Shit! Hold on. I suck. Okay, here's the Discord link. Here's the proper Discord link. If you need any help with, like, you know, setting up stream or anything, or, you know, just anything, feel free to join. Say hello, have fun, make some friends. Yay, more friends. And then you get the emote. You get the lizard wizard emote from joining. You can use it in Discord. So yes, join the academy. Learn, grow, become your best self. Okay, I've been messing around. So I create the function, which, you know, clearly does a thing. Notice the green icon indicating that the signal is connected to this function. This does not mean the function exists, only that the signal will attempt to connect to a function with that name. So double click that. The spelling of the function matches exactly. Okay. Did I miss something? Next, add this code to the function. So we're gonna hide it. The player disappears after being hit. Oh, so this is basically just like it's gonna be the end screen. Collision shape 2D set deferred disabled. So it's gonna disable it and set it to true, right? Okay. So hold on. I feel like I did something off. So player 2D. Since our enemies are going to be rigid body nodes, so yeah, that, okay, player, select the player node, which I did, and then 2D, okay, function body, disabled, okay, so we're going to, so the player, when the player gets hit by the enemy, we hide the player. We admit that we say that the hit has started, has initiated. It'll send a signal for the hit, and then hit.emit. Hold on. Oh, whoops. God. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. I don't know how to type. Okay. So the player will disappear. It'll get hit and emit the signal that it's been hit. And then what we do next is we get the collision shape. we set it to deferred. 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 Cool. While I'm typing this, so Lala, let's say you did stream. What games would you be playing if you were gonna play games? I don't know what you would like to do with a stream. Like if you were able to stream tomorrow with all the energy and all the things, what would you do? Sorry, I ask questions. I'm curious about my chat, about the new friends that I've made. So is that okay? To wait to disable. Okay, so you can defer the action. You wait it out, and then it'll disable the collision. Set it to true. The last piece is to add a function we can call to reset the player when starting a new game. So okay, so this is the ending portion. Okay. Okay. Yeah, here it is. The starting position for the new game. I knew it. I knew it. I haven't lost my touch. I know some stuff about games and whatnot. Is that gonna be? I think that's gonna be. Oh, this is weird. I wish I. Okay, we can put this in the inspector. We can go back. There we go. That's so weird. I hated that. Okay. We do another function. Do another function where we start. I guess we just okay. POS. Okay. I mean, you ain't asking me, but I think I would do some game dev streams if I was doing gaming strictly, though probably RimWorld Satisfactory or GTA 5. Okay. Yeah, sorry, no, I was talking and I went back to like doing this, but yeah, no. If you did go back to streaming, you would do game dev stuff, which, you know, we need more of those. That'd be cool. I definitely follow. I do need to follow you. I need to type finish. And I saw, you know what? Funny thing you mentioned RimWorld, because I saw it keeps coming up and I knew nothing about it, so I took a chance and looked at it, and it looks cool. Honestly, I kind of want to play that more, because I saw that there's an expansion called Odyssey where you get like a ship and you can go to planets, and I love space. I'm terrified of space, but I love space, but I'm terrified of space. Yeah, RimWorld looked really cool. I kind of wanted to try it. And then of course, yeah, Satisfactory, I've never tried that, but it looks cool to make, like, you know, I don't know what kind of itch that would scratch to build, like, you know, a factory of just like making stuff. And then yeah, GTA seems fun. Would you just play it on, would you do GTA online, or would you just play through, I guess you would just play GTA online. You would just like fuss around with that. Bro, everyone usually looks at the game and thinks it looks ass and play it and love it. I don't go by looks in games. You can have, if there's more to games than just what they look like. I play almost everything, but it would probably be like Marvel Rivals, Alters, GTA, Gang Beasts. That y'all look, you two would be. Y'all could probably stream together. Y'all play GTA and just hang out, just like play online. I couldn't. Well, I won't say I couldn't. I think it would be interesting. But yeah, I still need to play Alters. God, I want to play more games. RimWorld has stolen 4K hours from 4K. Jesus, that is a lot of hours. That is definitely would be like a game that would be coming back to and over again. Right now, I am constantly playing. Mind Over Magic right now. position equals P. Did I spell position wrong again? Why can I not spell? Position equals POS. Jeez. Okay. Show. And then collision. Collision shape 2D. Then set disabled equals false. Okay. So, oh yeah. Also, when I said GTA 5, I included 5M, which, if you don't know, is basically GTA 5 modded online. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. But okay. Yeah. Is that the same thing for you, Lala? You wanted to play GTA 5 modded online? Allows you to join servers with like 100 players. I've seen a lot of clips of like, the most recent thing I saw was like the one where like an old man is going around playing GTA and he's like, I'm good. Where am I? And then like goes and like steals a cop car and like murders people. Like, it seems insane. I've never played modded GTA, but it looks very fun. Yeah, I was like, what is happening here? But I did also see like the modded stuff where like people, I've seen like people who are like Iron Man and Superman and just like go around just like causing havoc. But it seems fun. Okay, we now have collision set. Good. We have 22 minutes before we switch over to playing some games. Creating the enemy. All right. Looks like we're gonna finally create an enemy. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know his user. He just be causing mayhem, acting like he got dementia. Yeah, he just. He's also in like Roblox, which I've never played and probably never will play. But yeah, he's just like just crazy, insane old grandpa. Is RimWorld on Xbox or PC? It's is it on it? Is it also on Xbox? I know it's on PC. But yeah, I'm probably going to. I got a bunch of games to play. I have if Saucy's still here, she wants me to play Don't Starve Together, which looks cool. And then I have another friend who wants me to play Path of Titans, which is a dinosaur simulator where you basically you raise yourself as like a baby dinosaur, which you're with a group of people, and then you grow into like a bigger dinosaur, and then just like feed on other dinosaurs or just try to survive. It's pretty cool. Both would only buy on PC though. You miss out on free workshop mods, and also not all DLC is ported over to Xbox, so it's not really worth it. Okay, well then yeah, play on PC. Very good. Okay, so now. Oh yeah, okay. So we're going to create a new one. We're gonna use other node, rigid body 2D. Rigid body 2D. Create, and then add a child node, which we're going to do the animated sprite. Connect. I think also you can hit Control A. Yeah, that's better. Animation. Animated, not animation. Animated 2D sprite. And then, wait, what? Hold on, what? Wait, no. What? Delete this. Why did I make it twice? Good. I want the collision. Collision, shape 2D. Great. And then visible on-screen notifier. Oh, that's a node for that? That's cool. Visible screen enabler. No, screen notifier 2D. Okay. Create. Gotcha. Yeah. And look at everybody making friends. I want to see a crazy GTA stream. I'll join in on a crazy GTA stream with you two. And I will I will make, if I can make a wizard in GTA, just go around just like being nuts. That'd be funny. Ah, where's the big booty bitches at? Let's go to the strip club before we go get some money. Before we go rob a bank. Actually, maybe we should rob the bank first before we go to the strip clubs. The wizard lizard is out of cash. Yeah, I'm stupid. Continuing on, so we're working on our enemy, which I think I can just call this enemy. Oh, mob. I create a mob scene, which can then instance to okay. Oh yeah, name mob. Yeah, I was doing it right way. Yeah, I do. I will always do funny, silly voices. Oh, don't get me started if I have to like play anything where I have to like read the characters. Oh, all the voices. It's something I can't control. I slip into it like a glove. But yeah, no, I think I mean, it's all just for fun. I mean, don't stream if you know streaming is like a hassle. I mean, just start simple and just build as you go, because that's what I had to do. But yeah, it's all good. I'm glad that like at the very least I can get you two like interested in like, you know, joining the Discord and like sharing art and stuff, which I'm appreciative of. So we have the mob. We take the mob. We don't want them to have gravity. Set its gravity scale property in the rigid body to 0. This will prevent the mob from falling downwards. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So because we want them to float and move around. In the addition, under the collision 2D, where is that rigid body? Rigid. What the hell is that? Just beneath the rigid body 2D section. Expand the collision group and then uncheck 1. Where the hell is the rigid body section? Oh. There's the disable mode and then... Where? I'm missing it. Oh, if Nonsense was here, he'd say that I was squinting. I'm glad he's not. I don't want to be called out on not being able to find something. I can see. I swear. Where the fuck is the rigid body section? Unless I'm looking in the wrong spot. In addition, under the collision 2D section, just beneath the rigid body 2D section. Oh, it's in the rigid body section, and oh my god. Okay, and then collision. What does that do? Group. Uncheck the one inside the mask property. This will ensure the mobs do not collide with each other. Oh, okay. So that's on. So the mask is on itself, and then the layer is for anything else, I believe. Okay. Set up the animation 2D sprite. Okay. Oh, also, do I need I guess you're just leaving it up to me. Hello, fellow Godot noob. Oh, more people. An unknown artist. Ooh. Suspicious and also mysterious. I like it. Welcome in. Oh, I gotta do the stream spill. So sorry. Hi, my name is Ambrose. I I am a digital artist. I am a animator, and also I am a game developer. I'm not the best at all three of those things, but I try. Um, my stream is all about learning, growing, talking about games and interesting topics about entertainment. Um, I also I stream on Twitch, duh, but it also I stream on YouTube as well, where I have a bunch of clips and interesting videos. Um, let me. My mods are probably all asleep right now. Otherwise, they would show they would they would share the YouTube link. But here you go. That's where all the the VODs go. So if you missed some of the stuff that I've done, you can catch it there. Since you're a digital artist, did you draw your PNG tuber? Yes, I did. I did, and I love them to death. And then my friend drew, made fan art of them, and I've probably want to redraw them to make it look more like the one that my friend drew, because she really made him look great. I did redraw him as an emote that is available on my on Twitch, and also as like a sticker on Discord. So you're more than welcome to join the Discord. I need to update the link to it, so here you go, because I usually have a bot that kind of shows it, but the link keeps expiring because I am noob and I'm still trying to figure things out. But yeah, we are doing the Godot noob thing, which is trying out the tutorial for like the first 2D game, which you can see right here. That's kind of funny. I was about to ask about a Discord. I am on it today. Woo! I got it. Pro streamer. Noob Godot, but pro streamer. I'm yeah. But yeah. Welcome in. Also, if you do stick around and if you follow, damn, look at me.
Welcome,
oh,
unknown artist.
I just today's a good day. Yeah, you'll get channel points and coins, and these coins are going to be used for our chaotic. The timing is perfect. I know, right? They're gonna be used for our chaotic streams on Friday, where I play a lot of crowd control games, which allows the viewers to use their channel points and use coins that they can use with real money if you really want to like support your favorite streamer, your new favorite streamer. And yeah, and you can use the coins to create havoc for me. There's a lot of the examples on YouTube that have me just suffering. But it's all in good fun and everybody has a good time. But yeah, I do all sorts of things. So stick around, have fun, ask questions, talk. If you want to lurk, that's good too, but I do like engaging with everyone. But I'm happy you're here. Like Shindig streams. I try to catch Shindig streams, but I've seen a couple of them. Yeah, I think he just makes a lot of stuff. I think he even made like a PNG tuber for Ray Navarez Jr., who I also like follow and like thinks is like really funny. But yeah, it's more like learning for me, but I do like just making things, and hopefully I get to a point where I can do a lot more creative stuff that's leaning more towards like actual things to be made instead of me just kind of more just learning and just showing my development, because that's like the big thing about the stream that I'm enjoying, is that it's my growth and my development that's just being recorded for people to see and for just myself. So yeah, good stuff. I'm just enjoying life right now, enjoying the streaming and making new friends. But yeah, all the things. And more people, did you? Oh, hold on. Yeah, oh, there's Lala. I gotta say wave hi to Lala. And we need to fix our, we do need to fix our thing to where like roles get accepted. So there we go. I need to work on the Discord. Yeah. But yeah, I do need to catch more of Shindig's streams because he does a lot. Like I think like there was like a um what did he do? There was like a spelling bee thing. That was like what? How does that happen? Um sorry, let me make some animation. So fly and then add and then swim. Oh. Swim. And then what's the next one? And then walk. Those are the 3 animations, right? Cool. I think I spelled walk right, duh. Okay. I've been trying to make a hand-drawn RPG in Godot, but I've been struggling with the player design. Do you have any tips? Struggling with the player design, as in just like what the character looks like, or like designing like how designing the game mechanics for the player. Basically, is it art, or are you meaning like the mechanics of it? The animation studio process has been set for each individual, adjusted to 3 for all animations. Ooh. Can I set it to 3 and then it does it for everyone? Or is it just whichever one I'm selecting? Oh, okay. Well, can I do this? No. That shucks. I can't get him to look right, and I'm trying to make him a turnip guy. Okay, so when it comes to basically just figuring out the look of something, you have it sort of in your head what it looks like, but you just can't figure it out because you're looking at it as a whole. You're seeing all the, I don't know if you asked me anything, but just got back. Oh, I can't remember if I asked something specifically. We have a new friend in the chat that was asking me a question. But yeah, sorry. So whatever you're designing, if you're having a hard time kind of figuring out what it's supposed to look like, take a step back, because you can kind of get tunnel vision when you're so focused on something that you can't really like see the whole scope of it. So if you're like bashing your head against the wall trying to figure out what it's looking like and just like redesigning, take a step back. And 2, find references of, just find different references of turnips. I know it's weird, but try to find that. And then 3, block it out. Break everything into like its basic components. So if you're looking at a turnip, there's a turnip look like? I don't know why I do not know what a turnip look like. I'm just hovering all over stuff. What does a turnip look like? I feel like I know what a turnip looks like. Oh. Okay. Yeah, just break down the shape of a turnip and then kind of just like play around with it. Make multiple versions of the turnip. Change the shape of it and kind of like just feel it out. Because right now you're trying to like, what I'm guessing is you're drawing it, not liking it, and then like hopefully you're not erasing it or getting rid of it. But you want to like draw it out, take pieces of the thing that you're drawing and figure out like, okay, I like this part, but I don't like this part. I like the leaves, how it looks, but I don't like the body, so I'm going to keep the leaves. Or I don't want the body, the body's too big, but I'm going to make it skinnier. Play around. When it comes to design, you want to like make multiple iterations, and just as you're trying and making it, then eventually you'll take out the stuff you want, keep the stuff you do want, and eventually you'll find the design that you like. But yeah, it's a whole process. But you kind of have to just like get everything out first, and then once it's all out of you, once it's on like a thing where you can see and visually also share what you made. If you're trying to get feedback on it, find some people who like to draw, or just find, not even just like experts. It's like, family members or friends or everything. It's like, hey, what do you think of this? And, people will give their feedback, and you can take that feedback, because getting that other perspective, maybe that thing that you're not seeing, does wonders for you. It will. Not all feedback is going to be great, but once you get like that one feedback, that one aha moment, everything kind of falls into place, and then you'll be better off making your design for your turner person. But yeah, that's my feedback. What did you think? Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully that wasn't too ramblomatic. Ramblomatic's not a real word, but I'm gonna make it a real word. Use the play animation button. The dragon leveled up. Oh, you made a lot of sense. Thank you. Yay! I made an impact in somebody's life. Good times. But yeah, I did send a link to the Discord. So like, if you wanted to share the turnip guy, we have a nice beautiful art share channel. It's just waiting for you. Unknown. Do you need another link? It's waiting. It's like, hey, show us your art. Share us your brilliance. We want to know. Play animation. Where's that button at? Oh, I gotta drag this. Oh my god. Okay. Fly. I was like, what? Why can't I do the animation? Because I didn't load it in yet. Yeah, mook. Okay, swimming. And then walking. There we go. And then play. Oh. Okay. And then swimming. And then walking. Cool. 3 different enemies. Or I guess just 3 different animations. Pause. Great. So we have our animations. Oh, okay. We'll select one of these animations randomly so that the mobs will have some variety. Okay, so it's going to instantiate different mobs, probably outside of the window frame, and then go in. But yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'm glad it made a lot of sense. But yeah, hopefully you'll keep working at it. It'll turn up. Oh my god, I didn't mean I meant to say turn out. I have turnips on the mind, and I said turn up. Luckily nobody's gonna clip that. Okay. Like the player images, these mob images need to be scaled down. Select the animation 2D sprite. Transform. 0.75. Get turnip. I will be gone for a little bit, but whilst I try to figure out how to join Discord. Is the link not working? I'll send you another link. Here's another link. Let's go ahead and click on that, and it should work fine. There we go. Now they're scaled. I don't know if it's intentional, but my brain is making me very aware that your second nostril only appears when your mouth is open. At first, I'm just not very cute. Uh-oh, it's fine. Hopefully you'll figure it out. If you need help, let me know. But also, now I'm pretty sure that it's true. I might have missed the nostril. Oh no, hold on. Hold on. Let me look at my PNG. You would catch that. Oh man. I'm like, oh man. Oh no, it does! Oh no! Oh, I gotta fix that. That looks so, oh man. Oh, I forgot the nostril. Oh no. Oh well. Maybe it's just, it's a slight head turn to the point where like it's not visible. And then when he talks and his head and his face moves, and that's why. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why that's it. That's a thing. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna, yeah. That's what it is. I did that intentionally. I don't know what you're talking about. That was on purpose. Oh yeah, yeah. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix that later. Okay, now we got the mob, right? Oh, we still need to select the collision. I don't know why I didn't do that before. Shape. Capsule. Let's zoom into this bad boy. Let's zoom into the bad boy. Expand. And then a little bit too much. Wait, what? What? Hold on. No. No. Can I rotate it? I can probably rotate it. I'm pretty sure I can rotate it. Yeah. Transform. 90. There we go. And then yes. Swimmy boy. All right, we got ads. Be right back. Also, if you don't want ads anymore, feel free to use your Prime subscription. Shameless plug. And we're back. For those of you who did watch ads and don't have ad blocker, hopefully you found something. Hopefully, you know, you found a spatula that you always wanted that they advertised to you, or some gum. I don't know. But yes, we are back. We are going to finish up the enemies, which I think we're gonna make the enemies at least come on screen. So let's see. Actually, yeah. Okay. So names, and then okay. Guess we can do that. So why is this void? I don't like this. Get off this. This probably doesn't mean anything. That's fine. I don't like it. So it creates a variable called my mob types, which is an array that it's going to take the different. Okay, so it's going to make. Oh, I actually usually drop prime on spots like these, but I already dropped mine. Always next time though. Yeah, don't worry about it. I do that as more of a bit than like, please give me a description. It's no big deal. I just like the engagement and the viewership. Also, you know, watch the Twitch channels. Not the Twitch channel. Watch the YouTube channel. That's where I want people to like have fun and like, you know, comment and stuff. Because those are the ones that I put a lot of not a lot of work, but you know, I edit them, and like my editor soon is going to kind of condense all these words of wisdom and nuggets of gold and all that stuff, and put it into like some more bite-sized content. Because right now for YouTube, the choice is either you sit through like a 5-6 hour VOD, or you only get like 30 seconds. We gotta find like a middle ground. We gotta find like that, like a 15, maybe 30 at the most hour range. So stick around for that. We're gonna have that up and running. But yeah, I am almost done with this. So we are going to. It's going to basically. This is going to be an array of the different the different animations we have. So if we look over here, we're going to have we're going to have an array of 3, which is going to be probably a 0, a 1, and a 2, because we all start with 1. He figured it out, or they figured it out. Wait, why is there 3 of them? Unknown Art 3 and Unknown Artist 2. All right, there's 2 of you. Hello. Unknown, did you make 2 Discord accounts on accident? Not mad at you, but you know, you get that's a lot of accounts you gotta manage. But yeah, so it's gonna make 3 mobs. It's gonna choose between one of the animations. It's gonna throw out that enemy, which I think that's pretty cool. And then I have 3. I kept forgetting my login, and remember for 2, and I used 2. Okay. So in that case, I'll use Unknown Artist. I'll set Unknown Artist's role. I'll set the second one. Huh. Your pronouns are air and plane. Nice. Okay. I guess you gotta do some stuff in the Discord first, because I can't give you a role yet. So I think, oh wait, here it is. There we go. You're all set. There is an art share channel. Feel free to drop your art in either concept art or illustration, and we'll take a look at, you know, the turnips. We will turn up. Yes, we are almost done. So we're gonna create an array that's gonna hold the different animation sprites, and then this, fuck, and then this bad boy, this line, is going to select one of those animations and pick a random one to spawn at different points, most likely in the game. Pick random. And then this line, what is it going to do? This one is just going to play them. So then animate 2D sprite dot play, and then close the brackets. Perfect. All right, and then first we get the list of animations from, yes, doing exactly what I said. It gets the animation from the sprite frames. It's going to make an array of the 3 sprites. This returns an array containing all 3 animation names: walk, swim, and fly. And then it's going to randomly pick those animations. Meanwhile, should be picked random between 2. Oh, so in C# it goes 0 and 2. Okay, interesting. I like your streams. They're very chill. You are very chill. I try. I like being chill. But at the same time, like, there are some moments, especially in games, where I will yell and scream, but that's more from fear and from frustration, usually caused by my chat. But yeah, no, my main thing is that, and I always end the stream with this saying, that life's hard enough. You kind of need a place to just kind of chill and just relax and not have to think about stuff, and at the very least focus on the things you want to think about. So we don't do any of, like, the talks about politics or anything that's happening in the world. We kind of just, like, we're here, we're creating, we're learning, we're having fun, and just vibing. I need to find new music because I don't want to get copyright struck and this playlist just ends and starts going to other Spotify's. I need to get with my buddy. And make a music playlist. But yeah, I need to work on that. But yeah, thank you. I try to be chill, and I try to, like, promote, like, good place to just relax and just have fun, and especially just to, like, create. I think creating is, like, one of the most important things. There's something about making something, whether it's digitally or with your own hands, and then sharing it and getting feedback and just, like, having it exist. I love just, like, drawing and creating stuff on stream and just getting the feedback from, like, other streamers and other people, and also just, like, talking to you guys and just learning about, like, the things that you're doing. Like, hell, freaking making a turnip game, a game about turnips, and just secret over here, like, chilling out and watching me make games, but then also, like, making full-on 3D games. I think it's good. I really like it. And then it's also just fun just to, play games. Like, video games are great. I love video games. What am I doing? I completely forgot. Finally, we call play. Okay, so this really just do all the things. There's got to be a thing where it's going to instantiate the stuff and then shoot it all over the screen. The last piece is to make the mobs delete themselves when they leave the screen. Connect the screen exited signal. Okay, so, and add this code. Last piece is to make the mobs delete themselves when they leave the screen. Connect these. Okay, so select mob, node, and then screen exited. Screen Is it not a signal? I thought it was a signal. Oh, connect the signal exited. Oh, okay. Visible. Am I stupid? What? Connect the screen exited. Connect the screen exited signal of the visible on screen notify. Oh, geez. Read. Oh my god. Visible screen exited. Connect. Oh my god. This is why we do this. We have to take the time, figure it out. Okay. We do that. This can go. Take this out. And then we will queue free. We free the queue. Yes, we free the queue. Queue free is a function that essentially frees or deletes the node at the end of the frame. Perfect. Queue free. Need to remember that. But yes. What else? Queue free. This completes the mob scene. Does it really? It's supposed to move. How? Where's the? I guess the next thing is movement, right? Completes them. Oh, so we create the mob scene. The player and enemies with the player and enemies ready. In the next part, we'll bring them together in a new scene. We'll make enemies spawn randomly around the game board and move forward, turning our project into a playable game. Okay, I think that is a good place to stop the game development side of the stream. We've been going for 4 hours and 18 minutes. I think it's time to play some games, but I'm debating on which game I want to play. If we have people still around, I may put up another poll. And let me look at Steam because there are some. Hi, chatting scene. Okay. Let's see. So here we go, chat. Here's what we'll do. We'll play something for maybe 2 more hours. Let's see. I'm trying to think what I want to play. Well, actually, hold on. It's 10:23. You know what? Usually we do a game scene, but I think I'm gonna finish. I usually would play games, but I think I'm actually gonna finish making the Godot game. So that's what we're going to do. Let's finish it. We only have like one more thing to do. It'd be a good way to like finish it up. I think we're gonna stick with it because we're almost at the finish line. So let's hit it. We're almost get it, and we got it. And this is actually a good part of. This is an interesting part because we basically made the player, we made it the mob, but now we're gonna put it all together. And I believe it said we're gonna make a new scene. So I think is it a new scene this way? Create new node. Okay, let's see. Let's see how the instructions do it so we know. Create a new scene and add a node named main. Okay. So we're going to, let's see, can I create a new scene here? I wonder if I could just set a main scene. Okay, a new scene. We're gonna call it main. Does not require 2D functionality itself. The node itself No 2D is because this node will be a container for handling game logic. It does not require. Okay, so 2D main root. Oh. Click on the instance button represented by the chain link and select your saved play. Oh, okay. So, okay. Main. Click the link. Select player. Oh, that's cool. I haven't done that before. That's weird. What do you do art in? I mainly do art right now just for my stream. So everything that I've been drawing is basically just to improve on my PNGs. I have 3 characters in mind for the stream. The one you see right now is Archibald. He's kind of going to take a back seat soon and be more of like my hope is that I can make like more animated like shorts. And well, I guess actually to clarify, all of the art that I'm doing is for my stream and for I guess my brand, because I don't want to stop at Twitch. I want to make these characters my lizard wizard. I have a character that's going to be more representative of me. I meant programs. This is cool though. Oh, my bad. Oh, what I do art in. I'm sorry. I use Procreate. I use Procreate and Procreate Dreams just because I like having the flexibility of being able to draw anywhere I want, and it's easier for me to draw. It was like the more. Oh yeah. Procreate is awesome. It's probably like, I know like there's Clip Studio that I'm pretty sure is like very robust. But for what I'm doing, it's easier for me to like just get things on the tablet and then like send it to get you to, edit in other places. But yeah, Procreate, and then I use Procreate Dreams for animation. But yeah, other than that, that's it. And then it's like sketchpads, sketchbooks and stuff like that for just like when I need to get ideas out before I go on Procreate. But yeah, if that's what you meant, yeah, that. It's been really fun getting back into it. I still have a lot to learn. I still have a lot to learn. But yeah, it's all coming together. What is this saying? I linked that. Now add the following nodes as children to the main. Oh, cool. So we have timers now. Oh, and a Mark 2D. Okay, I see what's happening. There's a mob timer, score timer, and then start timer to give it a delay before starting. Ooh, and then the spawning happens. You can set the Mark 2D. Okay, see, this is all coming together. So I'm not like fully just, oblivious about game design and game development. I do have some experience, but it's just when you haven't done something in so long, like you're just like, you see a new game engine that you haven't touched or haven't really played with compared to other things, and you're just like, I don't know how to do this. But then you start working on it a little bit, you're like, oh, I've literally done this thing. So yeah. And also like reminding myself about the shortcuts is really good, because like Control A is great to just get things started. Timer. Create. And then can I just duplicate the time? Nah, I better just keep. Create. And create. And then marker 2D. Oh, I messed up. You go away. Yes, delete that. That's not a child of main. That is a child of another timer, which is what I don't want. But yeah, I use Procreate. Have you drawn? Have you shared some stuff in art? I want to see how your art, unknown. I want to observe a true artist. Show me. Show your brilliance. I also had people make fan art of my my wizard lizard, my Archibald boy over here, and I put it on the proverbial fridge and show it to stream. Not yet, almost done with the beta design for Turnip Boy. Okay. Well, wherever it's at, when it's ready to be shared, don't hold back. I'm sure it'll be lovely. Turnip Boy. There's a game where you play as a turnip. It's like I think it's 2 games where you play as a turnip. But it's like really funny. It has a lot of like turnip like puns. I can't remember the name. I think it's literally called Turnip Boy. Hey, Mod Wife. I'm gonna call her Mod Wife from now on. Can you look up the Turnip Boy game and add it to and link a video of it on Discord for me? Unless you're passed out sleep right now, which is understandable because you work so hard, and I love you. Oh crap, that is what I was going to call my game. Ooh. Yeah, there's a game I think called Turnip Boy. I think Wifey is checking it out now. If not, I may have to look it up. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't make the you shouldn't falter. Just because there's already a Turnip Boy doesn't mean that you can't name the turnip something else. You literally just call it Turning Up. Maybe Turnip Man. Yes. Turnip Man. Turnip Man sounds like a superhero, but it's like what like what would Turnip Man's superpower be? Would he be able to turn people into turnips, or would he just have turnip-based powers? And if so, what the fuck is a turnip-based power? I'm curious. Anybody got any feedback on the Turnip Man's powers? I want to know. He can throw turnips at my. Oh Jesus, that's just a base. Wow. It just. Oh no. Oh, it just played in my head. Turnip Man is here to save the day, and then you just see like some villains being like, Turnip Man. Who's Turnip Man? What is this? What can you do? Oh, villain, you don't want to know. Unhand the jewelry and the purse, or face my turnipy wrath. It's like, hey, what are you gonna do? And he like looks away to like one of his goons, and then woof, just like a full ass turnip just like takes his head off, and he's like, and then you see Turnip Man is like holding like just basically like juggling a turnip in his hand, like, anybody else wants to face the wrath of Turnip Man? And you just see the bad guys run away, drop all the jewels, and it's I can only throw turnips at Mach 100. Anything else, I'm powerless. What about this baseball? Nope. Banana? Nope. What about garlic? Ah, garlic, my weakness, my kryptonite. There you go. There's your whole premise for Turnip Man. It's just a guy that can throw turnips at Mach speed. Oh shit, that's hilarious. I was bitten by a radioactive turnip. Oh, it's hard to focus. I don't know why that tickled me so much. Okay, mob timer. Let's get back to the inspector. Mob timer. Let's see. I do the turnip skit. I do this turnip skit, and then like all my viewers drop like, what the fuck was that? And then everybody leaves. That'd be not funny, but hilarious. Okay, mob timer. Okay, back to it. What are we doing? Set the wait time to 0.5 for. Okay, so yeah, 0.5, and then score timer. God, the anxiety that like I act silly and then like chat gets super quiet. Like, what the fuck was that? Unless unknown is just like super focused on their turnip man. Let's see. So we have unknown making a game about turnips, and then we have secret who's making it was a FPS cooking sim with some tycoon simulator elements. We got some creative folks. I can't wait to see the things that you guys make. I am rooting for you all to do the things, and I'm glad you joined the Discord so I can actually see it. But yeah. Okay, we got the timers. In addition, set one-shot property of start timer. Start timer is at one-shot property, and then to on, and position of start position to 240 and 450. Oh, start timer. Okay. Set the position. Wait, what? Hold on. Process physical interpolation. Set position of the start timer node. So where? How do I literally have to move it? No, that's the marker 2D. No. Where? Process? No. Physics interpolation? Auto translate? Edit description? Where is the transform? Okay, read this again. In addition to set one-shot property of start timer to on and set position of the start position, I need to read. Did I make a start position? Oh, I said I have to change marker 2D to start position. That's the name of it. Start position. I swear. The instructions are there, and I still am just like, what am I doing? 240 to 450. 240. And then 450. Got it. Perfect. Okay, that's set. So the start position is there, which I guess is going to make it in the middle of... Yep, I knew it. It was going to be right there. Not middle, it's a little bit like lower like the... Yeah, that's basically what a start position of our player is going to be. We got the timers up. And then we're going to need... Okay, the main node will be spawning new mobs, and we want them to appear at random locations on the edge of the screen. Click the main node, yes, in the scene dock, and then add a child path 2D. Interesting, path 2D. So, path 2D. Never used this node before. Okay. And name it mob path. Up, no space. Okay. When you select path 2D, you will see how new buttons at the top of the editor. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Select the middle one, add point, and then draw the path by clicking to add the points on the corners as shown. To have the points snap to the grid, make sure use grid snap and use smart snap are both selected. Then these options can be found to the left of the lock button, appearing as a magnet next to some dots and intersecting lines. Okay. Cool. So select the middle one, add point, and then snapping options, grid snap and smart snap. Okay. So then, okay. So we have that. All that stuff's in the way though. So let's do. Okay. Okay. Here, and then, so this is the player, this is the path thing. And here, and then 1, 2, 3, and I guess you press the end. Is that delete point? Oh. And then it connects close curve. Okay, cool. Awesome. After placing the fourth point, click close curve. Now that the path is defined, add a path follow 2D node as a child of mob path. Some base turnip sprites are done. They are just beta and will most definitely be changed and edited, but I like the idea in the Discord. Checking now. Ooh. Oh. They look like... Oh, they kind of remind me of like... if Kirby was a turnip. But also murderous. Like a murderous Kirby turnip. But they do look... that is cute. They look cute and murderous. If that's the intent, then you got it. So it's the eyes. Like the turnip body looks cute, but then the eyes are like, we will murder you. Don't fuck with us. Like it's just, yeah, I like it. I can imagine. Yes, empty void eyes. Like, did you just step on our patch? Did you just step in our patch? Get the knives, Jimmy. Get the knives. We're going at it. We got to teach this one a lesson. Yeah, very nice. Let's see. Path follow 2D. Right. So, gotta make path follow 2D. There it is. Create. And then we're gonna say mob. Wait, not mob path. And name it mod spawn location. Mob spawn location. Send me your location. Get turnip man. Oh yeah. Oh, like is it get turnip man? That'd be cool. That might be a cool name. Get turnip man. Or get turned up man. I don't know. It's getting late. My brain is starting to get foggy, but we're gonna finish this. Spawn locations found. This node will automatically rotate and follow the path as it moves, so we can use it to. Oh, that's how that's done. Okay, so you can set the path, and then it's just along the sides of the screen. At any point, it's going to just spawn the mob. Oh, that's cool. And then, okay, and then main script. You do the script thing. You create the script. Send no 2D. Oh, add a script to main, the top of the script. Export. He can throw those turnips. Yeah. At Mach speed. Export. Var. Mob underscore scene. And then act scene. Pack scene. Var score. Okay. Tournament could be a cool boss for like the start, just not Mach 1000, not 1000. Yeah, don't make him too strong. Or if you do make him strong, just make him slightly stronger than the actual player, so he can be kind of like a boss that people look forward to fighting later. Like if you just like one of those like boss intros where it's like, you can't beat me, you're not strong enough. But then like as a player gets stronger, they eventually fight him again. It's like, ah, you've caught up. So you could also, like, if you don't want to do turnip boy, you can do turnip kid or turnip toddler or turnip princess. Ooh, that'd be interesting if you did, if it's like a turnip princess and you have to fight the turnip king that can hurl turnips at like Mach speed. Turnip toddler. I was going for alliteration. I like alliteration, but that, yeah, it's probably not gonna work. Excuse me. Click the main scene. You will see the mob scene. Wait. If you click main scene, you'll see mob scene. Properly inspect the main scene. You can assign this property value in 2 ways. Yeah, I'm just gonna drag it. Drag mob scene. I'm just gonna drag it in here. Boom. Turnips tonight. Oh, turnips tonight. Actually, that's kind of cool. Or just turn up tonight, but not turn. I don't know. That'd be, yeah. Or turn ups tonight. Ooh, turn ups tonight. Oh, that's it. Turn ups tonight. Yeah. And then it's just like turn ups trying to become knights to protect their princess or their kingdom, whatever. Oh, that's a name. Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that. I think that's useful. See, that's the thing. You get it out of your head, you talk about it, and then you get feedback, and then you find out you create great stuff. That's how you design and you develop. Not in a bubble. You gotta do it with people. You gotta throw it out there. But yeah, turnips tonight. That's such a good title. I love that. Let's see. While I continue to work on this, the main scene. Be right back. All right. Let's see. You should set a list of the signals for. What am I doing? Okay. Next, select the instance of the player scene under the main. Under main, access the node dock on the sidebar. Make sure to have the signals tab selected in the node dock. Okay. You should set a list of the signals for the player node. Find and double click hit. Ah, okay. In the right click and select connect. Find double click signal in the list, or right click and select connect. This will open a signal connection dialog. We want to make a new function named game over, which will handle what needs to happen when the game ends. Type game over in the receiver method. Okay. Game over. Welcome back. In the receiver method box at the bottom of the signal connection dialog and click connect. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. So that makes a function on hit. On hit, it creates the function game over. We're gonna close those. Shit, we don't need this. Probably can remove. Oh. Game over. You are aiming to have the hit signal emitted from player and handled in the main script, and then following code the next function as well as a new game function that will set everything up for the new game. Okay. Hello, it's Linz. Welcome in. We're just doing some game developing. But yeah. So this is the game. So let's see here. Yes, feed Torchia. She's leveling up. I need to look into what's happening to her as she's leveling up. Stop. I think she also does TTS messages too, so if you got a bunch of channel points, you can probably use those. And she may be able to like speak, but I'm not sure. Okay, so what is this doing? So game over stops the timer, so that makes sense. And then make a new function. New underscore game. So then it resets the score to 0. And then it grabs the player. And then grabs the start position and puts it in that position. And then makes it its new position. And then it grabs the timer, start timer, and then restarts it at new game. Simple enough. Fair enough. Now we'll connect the timeout signal to each timer. To the main script for each of the 3 timers, select the timer in the scene dock, open the signals tab, double click the timeout signal in the list. This will open a new signal connection dialog. The default settings in this dialog should be fine. So select connect to create a new signal. Okay, that's all 3 times. Okay, so grab it, no, timeout, double click. Does it for mob timer? So connect, timeout, connect, and start timer, connect. Yes. So we were 3 timers. Okay, now we define how each of these timers operate by adding the code below. Notice the start timer will start the other 2 timers, and the score timer will increment the score by 1. Function on score timer timeout, score as 1. On start timer timeout. Oh. On score timer. Okay. So wait, on the timer. So wait. Okay. So do I need to create a new function? Okay, so that's just for the mob timer. So score timer. Let me just delete this. So the score timer. Hello. Oh yeah. Hello everyone. Meet Lens. They also do art. They make a lot. If you check in the art channel and scroll up, they do a lot of pixel art, which really looks really good. So say hello, check out their art, react to it, and yeah. Okay, so when the score times out, it will increase the score by 1. That makes sense. Plus equals 1. Okay, so that's easy. And then the start timer basically will automatically start the other timers, which also makes sense. Cool. And then score timer is the same way. Oh, also I didn't need to do that. Okay. Mob timer and score timer. Score timer. Start. Cool. And then the mob timer. Oh, let me bring this back up. The mob timer is the one that's going to basically instantiate everything. On mob timer, we will create a mob instance, pick a random starting location along the path 2D, and set the mob in motion. In motion, the path follow 2D node will automatically rotate as it follows the path, so we will use that to select the mob's directions as well as its position. When we spawn a mob, we'll pick a random value between 150 and 250. For how fast each mob will move, it will be boring if they were all moving at the same speed. Yeah, that makes sense. Note that a new instance must be added to the scene using add child. A new instance must be added to the scene. Oh, spawn the mob by adding it to the main scene. Add child. Okay. So let's see. So the first thing that happens, we create a variable called mob. And in that variable, we take the mob scene, let's see, we take the mob scene, we instantiate it, which basically just means we create the object, and then create another variable called mob spawn on location. And then in this variable, interesting, we grab, oh, we taking the mob path and dividing it by the mob location? How the hell does this work? So we take mob path. Oh. Oh, because it's a, oh, okay. That's how you do children. That's how you set up children. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So it grabs the mob spawn location. the variable is just to grab the child. You can't grab the child object without referencing the parent. So that's how you reference the children. Okay, cool. And then we take the mob spawn location variable, progress, and the ratio. What the hell does this do? Ratio, and then random F is just like, okay, it's gonna randomly select something. Okay. Random float? Is that what random F does? Yeah, it's a random float. Okay, cool. So it's a random float around that. Perfect. I am trying to learn Godot without using tutorials because when I tried to learn Unity, I relied on tutorials and did not know how it worked. Yeah, so I'm only really using, like, I'm using documentation. The main thing that I didn't like when I tried to learn anything is like videos and like following along with an actual person. Mainly because you don't really get to explore as much, and then also like you're trying to focus so much on what they're saying, and when you're following along with like a person, especially with a video, they'll just keep going and you can't stop them. At least with this, it's written out. I like learning from books. I know that's not like a thing that people do a lot anymore, but I realized that like learning from books allows you to learn at your own pace, and you can just read and figure things out. So like with this, like I know where I'm at, and I don't have to like scrub a video trying to figure things out. If I want to, maybe after I've tried a bunch of stuff, then that's when I'll maybe like, I don't know, and then maybe watch a video while I'm like, you know, chilling and relaxing. But trying to like watch video tutorials while you're doing a thing, I just never fall into it. But it also is good that you're not using tutorials, just exploring. But yeah, if you're just exploring Godot, I definitely say, yeah, just, you know, try out mechanics and stuff like that. But when it's time to make your game, definitely make a document. Why? Oh, screen Secret's got some wise words. Let's see. Oh man, what is going on with my? Okay, my chat. Okay, dismiss this. I don't want to see this. Actually, we'll snooze ads for a bit. I think the best way to go about it is to change how you learn. Don't follow to follow, but follow to understand. If the tutorial doesn't try to help you understand why the code is doing what it's doing, it's probably somewhat of a bad tutorial. Always best to take a moment to understand what you're writing and why it works, how it works, instead of copying blindly. Yeah, couldn't say it better myself. That is exactly it. Most tutorials, what they say to do is to watch it once without trying to do it, watch it again while doing it, and then try it again without the tutorial at all. But that's literally 3 times you trying to do something when you probably could just try it out, fail a bunch of times, and then come back into it after like learning and just like figure it out. I'm trying to figure out how to use Orchestrator, which is visual scripting. Oh yeah, visual scripting would be like, I know Unity kind of picked up on it, but I know Unreal has like Blueprint, which is full of visual scripting, which is what I learned a little bit of. But yeah, visual scripting does help. It makes it easier in some cases, but I don't know. I miss like the line scripting. But I mean, yeah, if you're using, I didn't know there was a visual. I didn't know they made like, is there like a plugin for Godot to make it like visual scripting? Because I have never heard of that. That's cool. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of plugins. There's plugins for literally everything. I still got to look at like OBS plugins. But yeah, I mean, look at that. That may be interesting to kind of like explore on stream. Yeah, you can find it in the asset library. Okay. I need to do it more. I need to do a lot of deep dives on like the different different softwares I'm using, because I gotta work on OBS more to make that a little bit more cohesive. Same thing for Godot. Same thing for StreamerBot. I want to use the fuck out of StreamerBot because there's like a lot of functions that I could use for the stream to make it better. But yeah, okay. I need to check the plugins. Okay, where was I? Okay, so we got to the point where it's making the progress ratio. What is that? Okay, please stay. Progress ratio. The distance along the path is a number in the range of 0 for the first vertex to 1 for the last. This is just another way of expressing the progress within the path, as the offsets applied is multiplied internally by the path's length. It can be set or get only if the path follow 2D is a child of the path 2D, which is the part of the scene tree, and that this path 2D has a curved 2D with a non-zero length. Otherwise, trying to set this field will print an error, and getting this field will return 0. The distance along the path is a number in the range of 0 and 1. I'm guessing it's a float. So yeah, okay. Offsets applied is multiplied internally by the path's length. Okay. Interesting. I think I get it. So that means at some point it's going to be multiplied. Oh, it's going to be added. No, wait, that's rotation. So spawn length plus process ratio equals. Oh, you're making it a random function. Okay. So you make this a random function and then set the mob's position to the random location. Oh, that, okay, I see. So this is basically just making the number, getting the number for the mob position to set that's related to the pathing. Okay. That's cool. I can see it. Will I remember it for other things? I hope so. But yeah, okay. That's definitely something I'm probably gonna have to take notes. I'm glad I have this. Oh no, ads starting in 2 minutes. I'm gonna let the ads run, and I'm going to grab some water, and then I will continue on finishing this up. Mob position. So we haven't created that yet. So we're gonna do mob position 2. So mob dot position is equal to mob spawn location. Come on, mob spawn location. Dot position. Oh boy. But yeah. Hope everybody's having a good time and enjoying me kind of, talking and doing a little bit of scripting. This is all basically just to get myself familiar again with just game development in general. But I will probably also be like learning off stream too, to kind of get myself familiar. So, I don't want to keep like rambling. Okay, wait, spawn location, top position. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. If you haven't already followed, for anybody who's new and is enjoying the stream, please give us a follow. Check out the YouTube channels. They're all in the about pages. If you need a link to the Discord, let me know, because the link is broken. And well, actually, hold on. I think I can fix Nightbot really quick. Nightbot. Timers. Join the Discord. Edit. Alright, stupid Discord. Give me the Discord link. Give me the invites. Create invite link. Add an invite link. but update. Cool. Drop it in stream anyway. Dope. All right. Hopefully that's fixed, but who knows? Yeah, I don't know why. Okay. Oh, I put it in. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on, folks. Well, I fixed this. Okay, we're gonna delete this one, this one, this one, and oh. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get it right. But that's about to start. So, be back in a bit. And we're back. All right. So we set it to set the mob's direction. Hello. I have returned. Set the mob's direction perpendicular to the path direction. Oh, so if it's okay, that makes sense. pi divided by 2. Okay, here we go. Why pi in functions requiring angles? Why pi? In functions requiring angles, Godot uses radians, not degrees. Pi represents a half turn in radians, about 3.1415. There's also tau, which is equal to 2 times pi. If you're more comfortable working with degrees, you'll need to use the degree to radian and radian to degree functions to convert between the two. Interesting. Okay. Math. This is where the math stick comes in, and I really need to take a class or look into this more. I want to understand that because rotation is always like a bitch to deal with. Okay, so rotation plus pi divided by 2. I'm just gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to make a note of this. Editor, if you find some clip or something to help the audience understand what's going on when you see this, yeah, or if you know, I know you're a smart lad, editor. The best of peoples. But yeah, feel free to drop some knowledge on why all this makes sense. Because what the fuck? Divide by 4. Divide by 4. And then this is all just to make everything rotate and look at the player when it's trying to go towards the player, which is just mad. I know if Saucy was here, she'd be like, holy shit. I thought you said that it was like easy. It's like, no, I can't figure out how to put in a script for pressing the D key. Okay. What you'll do, so you have to first, do you have the D key set up as an input? Because if you haven't, what you need to do is go to project settings, and then go to input map right here. And this is where you set your actions. So you want to, so whatever you want the D key to do. So for me, I have my D key set to move down. I don't understand anything, so I don't say anything. Well, you know what? You came in a little late, Lens, but that's all right. This VOD is going to be up on YouTube literally when I get done, and I go over literally everything, I think twice. So you will be able to figure out like what's going on too. And of course, after you watch the VODs, if you have, I have too low of intelligence level, don't give up. If you watch the VODs and you have any, and you need some assistance, feel free to reach out. There's other, we now have other people who are learning Godot in the chat, and you might pick up something. You may even, you know, use it and possibly make a game. Godot is free. You don't have to pay for it. It's free and it's really lightweight. Might be worth learning. But yeah, I can moderately code somewhat, and I still feel like this feeling never goes away. Oh yeah, no, programming is not my thing. I prefer to do mechanics of the game. Okay, well, I mean, as long as like you're chilling and it's interesting to you. But yeah, Secret, it just feels like I never will know enough, and like it makes sense to me somewhat, but like a part of me wants to dive deeper into figuring this out. Like this pi situation, like I've never, like radians, I've never messed with that. But I'm sorry, unknown. Yeah. So what I have right here is I created an action. So whatever you're gonna use the D key for, whatever you're gonna use the D key for, you type it in. So if you wanted to like throw turnip, yes, hydrate tortilla, throw turnip, you would add that function or add that input, and then once I set it to right, okay, Yeah, so you're doing movement. So yeah, you're doing exactly like I'm doing. So um actually we could just show you. So dang, Torchy is gonna level up soon. Um so yeah, so you set up the input to write, so like I did, or where is it? Where's D key? Yeah, you set it to write, and then once you set the function, which you set it to move right, you set it to you set the I don't know if you've already done it, but yeah, you add the event, and then you basically can just click um what input you want to do. But yeah, and then once you set the input like I have, where it's like, okay, I press D to move right, then when you set up your script for whatever you're doing, like for us, we're using we have our player. That's when you can wait, where is it? Where is your script? This is still mobs. Mob player. Oh, I guess I gotta do this. Where is it? There it is. So yeah, so then when you want to call that function, especially if you're moving right, it's just this. It's setting it under the process function, making sure it's set to delta for time, not for the actual process of something happening each frame. It just goes in a steady like time, and then you basically do this. All this is also in the documentation. I'm going to link this for you. Getting started, first 2D. Here you go. This is basically what I'm following along with. So I'll post it in here for you. And yeah, this basically sets up the thing that we're doing now is basically movement. Which if you need help with that, like there you go. Because it also shows like how to set up animations to like face a certain way, which is important, especially if you're doing your 2D turnip game. So yeah, there's the documentation. I'll probably end up putting a lot more stuff in the Discord and maybe making more of like a game dev type, hey, this is how you do stuff. But yeah. Also, Lens, yes, I'm sorry that there's not a pet dragon button, and yeah, and then yeah, I just prefer to work in a team when each person does their job efficiently. True, but one of the most important things about working in a team, especially with game development, is that you know at least a little bit of each person's job, because while you don't have to be an expert to like hand off like certain things, the more you know about the other person's job that you're working with, the better like cohesion you have with just like things working together. For instance, if I am, but question, how do you work on the mechanics of the game without programming? I think what Lens is saying, because he's, I believe, Lens, correct me if I'm right, English is not your first language. I think they're talking about like they like doing the game design side of making a game, so they like to think up mechanics. They like to figure out like what they want in the game, and then leave it up to the programmers to actually make it happen. But yeah, but a little bit of programming, kind of knowing like how all this kind of happens, makes it easier for you, makes it more, when you make ideas, you can make it in a better scope for other programmers to make your mechanics happen. And then also, and I mean, that's basically it. Yeah, it makes it to where you can actually like communicate with other programmers and make like plausible mechanics that a programmer can work on. So it's I would say don't cut yourself short like that with like saying that you lack the intelligence or you can't do it. That's already cutting yourself at the knees and saying that you can't do something. it's better for you to at least try and, you know, learn small bits, little by little. If this is too much, break it down. There's no, the way the world is, you can learn literally anything if you just put the time and effort to it. But if you don't put the time and effort to it, then yeah, you'll never learn. You'll never like grow, and you'll be, you know, the whole point. You gotta kind of evolve and adapt, make it, and just like strive to be better each day. So don't cut yourself short. The tutorials are here. This is what it's for. If you feel like you're low intelligence, this is what what the stream is for. It's not just games. There's also, you know, the aspect of like learning and trying new things and growing and communicating. So, you know, use the Discord, reach out to people, learn you some stuff. But yeah, unknown. Hopefully, as I've held open this script for you, it kind of makes sense about the inputs. Let me know if it doesn't, but if it does, great. But I'm gonna try to finish this mob. I think it was over here. Yeah. Is it mob? Yeah, it was a mob. No, it wasn't mob. It was mob. It was the main scene. Where's my main scene? There it goes. Go back here. Okay, so we had the pie. Oh, we had to finish. Okay. Still trying to finish out the mob thing. So that's minus. That's negative pi. And then it does. So direction. Plus equals to range. Jesus. I'm gonna have to sit on that one. I do not know what all that means. Random function range. Oh, hold on. Random function range is for the x position negative pi divided by 4, and then y is pi divided by 4. Why is it divided by 4? Because because you're dividing each quadrant into 4 different spots? I gotta look that up. I gotta find a tutorial on. I may have to find a math tutorial on like game scripting, because I think there's one. That's where I'm probably gonna like really might need a video on. It's like explaining what the fuck is happening here. Man, that's what this part of it what gets me. I get like certain ways of like how things function, like I can read it, but like when it gets down to like using like pi and geometry and stuff, well, in some instances it is like I need like a visual representation of what that means before I can fully understand it. Vector 2. So then choose the velocity, add some randomness to direction. Okay, so I know that's what it's doing, but how is it doing that? Choose the velocity for the mob. Okay, so now this is gonna be a random mob direction. So it's gonna change, it's gonna pick a random direction, random vector, random F range. And then, right, it was 150. 150. Oh, that's period. What am I doing? 150, 250. And then, okay, so the X float, the Y. Oh, the random range is random range 250. Wait, what is that? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, I see it. I see it now. So the vector is a random X range, and then Y is 0, I guess. Okay, cool. That'll work. then, so it picks the random range, it takes that velocity, it takes that new variable, and it goes mob linear. Linear. And then velocity equals velocity rotated direction. Okay. We make a rotation. Okay, velocity, rotation, and then direction. Mob dot, oh, ooh, I did underscore. Yeah, I may need a deep dive on this part. Everything else up to this point was good, but the math of it all, of just the trajectory and just the rotation of when these things are spawning in which direction, I want to know how that works. I feel like that's one of the biggest drawbacks that people have when it comes to like scripting, is the math behind getting objects to point and move in space, and then also, I think also state machines. I was like, I need to sit down with state machines and like understand like why to use it and how to use it. But yeah, other than that, like some of the stuff that you can do is like, if you have a good plan, or if you plan it out, you're fine. Okay. I'll just put a hashtag timers. Okay. Okay, so the mobs are good. Testing the scene. Let's test the scene to make sure everything is working. Add this new game call to ready on main, right? Right, because we made that, I think. Also, can we just remove these? I hate these. I don't know why. There we go. I guess we'll pass. Let's also assign main as our main scene. The one that runs automatically when the game launches. Press play. And then select the main scene. Main scene. Okay. Okay. Up, there it is. You should be able to move the player around, see mob spawn, and set the player disappear. If you had already set another scene of the main scene, you can click. Turn up night sprites are going well. Good. Perfect. Get them turn up nights. That's awesome. Why? Hi, hungry. I'm unknown. Oh, you replied to Lynn. Did you want to reply to Panda or to the Panda bot? You replied to the wrong person. Something is not right, and I think it's because of that stupid hide function. Panda bot. You should be able to move the player around. Something's off. Wait, that's the player. Okay. I feel like I missed something. Uh-oh. It's not working. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think when you are sure everything is working, remove the call. And replace it with pass. there's something I messed up the player. You're aiming to have the player. Where's that part where it said hide? Because I didn't get why it made me do, why it said I should do that. And that was in a previous one. Why say, why hide it? Previous. So that's the mob. Play. Finally we call play. Last piece is to make the mobs delete themselves. Okay, yeah, well, where's the player? So we did that, we set the speed, we did all of this, we set the inputs, and then for some reason, I'm sure the movement is working. That's all right. Let me see. Uh-oh. Up. Didn't mean to open it twice. Jesus. Uh-oh. There we go. Excuse me. Player. Okay. I don't think I need this hide function. It's kind of throwing things off. What happens if I remove the hide function and then try to play? Oh. Okay. Did I not make it an instance to main? That I may have to let go of this because I think I messed up something. I think I might have missed something because it's not playing. Not moving. I don't see this. Okay, that's cue free. Oh, good. Okay. Hold up, wait, yeah, main, and then oh, wait. Yeah, didn't I do that? Click the instance button represented by the chain link and select your saved player scene. Now add the following notes to the child, which I did. You set the player pathing, we did that. Or the mob pathing. Export the mob scene. Drag mob scene file system. Next, select the player instance and under main under the scene dock and access to node. Make sure this. Oh, hold on. Make sure to select the player. Scene under the main node in the scene dock and access the node. The sidebar. Make sure to have the signals tab selected in the node dock. Got it. You see a list of signals. Find, double click, hit, which I did. Connect. This will open. Connection dialog. We want to make a new function called game over, which will handle what needs to happen when the game ends. Type game over in the receiver method box at the bottom of the signal. You're aiming to emit. Okay. Add the following code in a new function as well as new game for mob or main? For main. GD. Come on, brain. You can do it. Game over. Score timer, source up, new game. Did we make it? Okay. Oh. Start position. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Maybe that's what it is. So, if I remember right, 2D. Where the fuck is the start position? Where are you? So yeah, it's right here. $240 by $450. So okay. So spawn to the start position. Score 0. Function game over new game. Score equals 0. Start position. Dot position. Player dot start. Start timer. Yes. And then timeout function. Timeout is set. Pathing is set. Add the child. Because this is all mob. There's something wrong with the player setup. Add this new game call to ready for. Wait, where is this at? Is this for the. New game. So that's, yeah, because it's the main scene and it's colon instance. It's calling the player. So the only thing that I can think of is that maybe the position of the player is not showing. Let's also assign main as our main scene. When you're ready. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Okay. So we'll play. Then it's just not here. That's nuts. What is happening? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to come back to this because it is getting late. It is almost midnight for me. How's everybody feeling? I know it's probably late for some people. I understand if y'all had to, if you're, I don't know where everybody else is at in the world, but it's getting late for me. I am happy that I did this and stayed a little bit later. I was gonna play some games, but this is better. But I think I'm going to save all the scenes and start winding down. But yeah, how's everybody feeling? I'm curious if that was beneficial for everyone. If people learned something or just found it more easy to kind of like follow along, or let me know. If you are new and you enjoyed all that, feel free to follow and possibly join the Discord. I'd love to have people, you know, to talk to and learn about your passions, learn about, like, you know, the new things. We going to do some gaming. It's getting late for me, but we will be gaming tomorrow. I would want to stay up, but I do need to get some rest. But I will. He want to bet? Yeah, I mean, I want a game too, but like, I need to sleep because I'm also going to be doing some streaming tomorrow. Late here, it's almost 12 p.m. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know where everybody else is from, but yeah, it's getting midnight for me. 1:40 a.m. for me. Oh, so you're the future for me. You're okay. Yeah, that's Central Time. But yeah, I think we're gonna raid somebody. Who should we raid? I wonder if there's anybody else doing more Godot stuff. Let's find out. Let me see. Yes, we are going to raid. Stick around. We're going to raid and say hello to somebody. Let's see. Ooh, somebody's making an Armored Core clone. I'm interested in that. What are they using? Game dev, English game dev modded. And then there's another person that's making a Discord bot. Custom tunes. Last code stream before road trip. Let's see. Choices. There's also somebody who's playing Monster Hunter. I'll see anybody that's doing Godot streams. Did you say something? Uh-oh. Where's my stream? Where is my stream manager? Oh my god. Jitspot? Oh wait. Jitspot. Squirmy. He does speed runs. Oh, Jitspo. Oh, let me see if I can find Jitspo. Let's see. Let me do this. Can I just open this in a new tab? Jeez. Let's do this. Let's duplicate this. And then let's raid. Is it Jitspo? Let me see if I can. I don't know why there's not a search function. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. They got like 40. They got 45. Well, sure. Let me check them out. I usually try to find like. Oh, well, actually, this looks interesting. Sure, we'll say hello. We'll raid. Okay, then. In that case, we're going to raid Jitspo, who is. I guess they're making a game called Kook. Retro FPS game dev in Godot day 483. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Nearly inhuman noises. Godot engine and Blender. Okay, they're using Blender. Okay, that's cool. Sure, let's say hello. So let's sign off. Well, stick around. We're gonna see another Godot streamer, so it's gonna be good. But we're gonna raid Jitspo. So, it's been fun. Thank you for all the follows and for chatting. I think this is the most people we've had like actively speaking and talking and stuff. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining the Discord and sharing your art and everything. Don't stop. Keep going. And yeah. Also, again, there will be links in my about page for like my YouTube channel and everything. So if you want some funnies, it's all there. But for right now, like I always say, be kind to yourself and be kind to others, because life's hard enough. All right, let's get this raid going.